Morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. And good
Before
morning,
we,
Mr. Bogosian as well.
Commissioner, before we get to our next witness, there is one document I want to introduce as an exhibit. RHV 0001034 is the affidavit of Cherie Charter, which was affirmed on November the 1st, 2022. Ms. Charter is a senior project coordinator with Golder. Ms. Charter's affidavit details how and when Golder billed the city for friction testing performed by Tradewind on the RHVP and addresses subsequent invoices and pre-bills issued to the city that included Tradewind's work as a disbursement. Commission Counsel previously provided copies of Ms. Charter's affidavit to Counsel for their participants. Counsel for the participants have advised that they will not be cross-examining on the affidavit. Okay. So with that, Registrar, I'd ask that we please mark RHV 0001034 as Exhibit 214.
Noted, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, the Commission
Sorry,
Counsel.
yes. Mr. Registrar, what exhibit number is that?
Mr. Commissioner, it's exhibit number 214.
214. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner, our next witness is David Bogosian. So I'd ask that we have Mr. Bogosian affirmed.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bogosian.
Good morning.
I understand that you are the managing partner at Bogosian and Allen, LLP.
Yes.
You were called to the bar in 1988.
Yes.
So by my math, you've been practicing law for 34 years?
Sounds about right.
Okay. What areas of law do you practice in?
My primary area of practice is municipal law, and within that, municipal liability, defending claims against public authorities.
And in that role, I take it you regularly act for municipalities and their insurers?
I do. I do, yes.
So prior to December of 2018, were you engaged by the City of Hamilton regarding any issues regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not to do with the Red Hill, no.
We will come to the nature of your retainer with the city with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway in a moment, but just generally, in the course of your retainer on that issue, who did you consider your client to be?
The Red Hill retainer.
That's correct.
December 2018, Nicole Audie.
And so you considered your client to be Ms. Audie, the city solicitor?
Well, acting on behalf of the City of Hamilton, but she was my point person, yes.
Okay.
I wonder whether others are having the same problem. I'm finding Mr. Bogosian's level a little low. I think it's a little harder to hear.
Yes, I am too. Mr. Bogosian, maybe, is there like a volume issue or?
I don't think so. I'll try.
I hear you okay, but do you have a headphones or a mic, Mr. Bogosian, that you could use?
No.
And Commission Counsel, are you able to turn up the volume on your end? I expect you've done that already.
Just
It may be better. I have two laptops, and maybe I can log in on my other newer one. If you want me to do that, it probably will help with the volume.
So we've turned up the volume on our end. We can make out what you're saying, but Commissioner, would you like Mr. Bogosian to try a different?
Well, I think if everyone's having the same problem, perhaps we should take a 5-minute break and ask Mr. Bogosian to log in on his other computer, and we'll see whether the volume is higher.
Okay, thank you.
I can probably do that very quickly.
Yes.
So I'll leave here and I'll re-log in.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll stay on the line.
So Mr. Bogosian, before that short break, you were saying that you considered your client to be Ms. Audie acting on behalf of the city. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so your client would have been the city of Hamilton, but you were taking instructions from Ms. Audie. Is that fair?
yes,
And Ms. Audie was the primary point of contact for you.
yes.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up the overview document 9A, pages 156 and 157? So Mr. Bogosian, I'm just going to take you to paragraph 371. And there is reference to an email dated November the 20th, 2018 from Ms. Audie to Mr. Sabot and Mr. McLennan. You are not copied on this email, but I'll just give you a moment to read it.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and you'll see that you're referenced in the email. And I'm just wondering if by November the 20th, 2018, Ms. Audie or anyone else at the city had reached out to you regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway matter.
No,
Registrar, if you could go to page 158. Thank you. And you'll see, I'll take you to paragraph 375. Registrar, maybe we can call that out for Mr. Bogosian. So you'll see here, this is a series of email exchanges on November the 21st, 2018, between Mr. Sabot and Mr. McLennan. Again, you are not copied.
okay,
And I take it by this point, November 21st, you still had not been contacted by anyone at the city about this matter? Sorry, did you say no?
I said no.
Okay, thank you. And by this time, were you involved in any claims involving collisions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No,
So Registrar, could you go to page 211 of overview document 9A? So if you have a look at paragraph 494, you'll see there is an email, reference to an email from Ms. Audie to you on December the 7th, 2018, under the subject line assistance.
yes.
So I'll give you an opportunity to review paragraph 494 and 495.
Okay, I've read them.
Thank you. Is the email from Ms. Audie on December the 7th, 2018, is that the first contact that you had from anyone at the city about the Red Hill Valley Parkway matter?
Yes,
Before this email, were you familiar with Ms. Audie
yes.
from other matters for the city or from where?
Dating back prior to her employment with the city, I had done work for her in St. Catharines. I knew her professionally as part of the municipal law bar in Ontario.
Okay.
And I'd met her at conferences and seminars.
And you had mentioned that you were not acting for the city of Hamilton in respect of any collisions on the RHVP. Were you acting for the city for any other matters at that time?
Yeah, yes. I was acting for the city through its insurance and risk management department, not for Ms. Audie at that time.
Okay. But nothing related to collisions on the Red Hill Valley
No.
Parkway? Okay.
No.
So we see here that a call is arranged for later that day on December the 7th, 2018. We're going to get to the call in a moment, but before the call, did you have any further correspondence with Ms. Audie or anyone else at the city?
No.
So we do have notes of a call from you on December the 7th, 2018. But before I get to the notes, do you have a recollection of the call?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what do you recall from the call?
I recall that there was an FOI request that had been made to the city asking for friction testing reports regarding the Red Hill. They suspected, although it was anonymous, that it had come from a Hamilton Spectator reporter. There was a concern because, as I understood it, there had been a previous FOI request, and there had been certain reports about friction testing that had not been disclosed that were possibly within the ambit of the earlier request. And there was a concern about that. There was a concern that production of these reports could affect liability of the city with respect to actions that had been brought to do with the condition of the Red Hill. I believe there were 4 outstanding at that time, according to what I was told. And they wanted assistance in determining whether these documents had been produced as part of the FOI request, needed to be produced, and what impact that might have on liability, both with respect to the existing actions and others going forward. There had been mention of Gary Moore and that he had commissioned the friction testing and then had not disclosed the reports of that testing. And the gist I got from the call was that no one had been aware up until very recently, prior to that time, that these reports existed and that they had been discovered by Gordon McGuire, who had recently taken over Mr. Moore's position on his retirement.
And do you recall what they told you were the results of the friction testing reports?
I think the focus was on the Tradewin report, that it had showed that friction testing had showed levels that were below a UK standard. And I believe there's even reference at that time that that UK standard was not recognized in Canada.
Do you recall if on that call there was any discussion about whether or not council was aware of this, and if not, whether council should be informed?
There was no discussion one way or the other about that.
And do you recall if they told you how Mr. McGuire had discovered the report?
I don't know if this is in my notes, but I have a recollection of him literally finding it in a desk drawer.
Okay, and you would have gotten that information presumably from Ms. Audie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in that call, I don't know if it was Ms. McNeil or Ms. Audie, but during that call.
Okay, and do you recall what the tone of the call was? How were Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil, did they express concern?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, Ms. Audie, it was a very, I think being city solicitor of Hamilton is a fairly stressful position, and prior engagements where I dealt with her, I could sense that in her tone, and that was the same that call, but nothing I would say specific to this issue.
And was there a sense of urgency in terms of getting your opinion?
I know that my notes have a date written down, December 19th. I think that was a due date for whatever I was being asked to do.
Okay, why don't we go to, well, actually, I guess before we get to the notes, do you remember anything else just sitting here today about the call?
I don't remember anyone conveying a sense of urgency. There's a due date that's not particularly tight, given the call on December 7th. So there was no sense of urgency communicated to me.
Okay. So Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64341. And if we could also pull up next to this document, HAM 64359. So Mr. Bogosian, here we have your handwritten notes on the left and a transcription of those notes on the right. So you can use whichever one you're comfortable with. Before we get into the notes, could you just describe your note-taking practice back in December of 2018?
I don't understand the question. I do my best to capture the essence of the matters discussed on the call. Generally, if I'm initiating a call, I'll make some sort of agenda or talking points where I set out the things I want to make sure I cover. This was a call I was receiving, so I had no idea of the content. So I'm just trying to take notes that'll help me understand what I'm being asked to do.
And do you typically record things that are said by you or by others or both?
It depends on the circumstances. If I'm initiating a call and I have talking points, I typically won't, re-record what I've got in my talking notes. Generally, if I make a comment that I think is significant, I will record that in my notes, if it's not in the talking points or the agenda. In this call, I wasn't doing very much talking at all. I was listening and absorbing information I was receiving to understand the nature of the assignment she was giving me.
So on this call, I take it was Ms. Audie and Berdina McNeil.
Yes.
Was there anyone else?
No.
Were you familiar with Ms. McNeil prior to this call?
I had met her and spoken to her, but I hadn't really, I didn't really know her or have any dealings with her in the past.
In terms of meeting and speaking with her, was that in some other context, not in the context of the Red Hill Valley?
Right.
Okay. That was just as part of the municipal law bar. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you understand Ms. McNeil's role to be?
I think she was assisting Nicole on this file.
Okay, and so in the notes, you'll see there's a reference to the FOI request, anonymous, and then it says Gord McGuire, Director of Public Works. FOI request is for friction testing results and general testing. Said testing was inconclusive. Where it says testing was inconclusive, who conveyed that, or where did you get that information from?
It would have all been coming from either Nicole or Berdina, because I had none of this information before this call.
Okay. And it says, but draft report refriction testing is part of another Golder report. So what do you recall about how the trade wind report fit into the Golder report?
I during this call, I don't know that I knew that. I think she's telling me that Golder had subcontracted out friction testing to Tradewind.
And there's reference to the January 14 draft report. Take it that's a reference to the Golder report.
I assume so.
And then where it says based on a UK methodology, no stands for it in Ontario. What were you told about the Tradewind results and the methodology used?
Well, I don't know where the word methodology came from, if that was something Nicole used. Again, I haven't seen these reports at this point. I'm absorbing information. I would have been recording what I was told. What I understand now is different than what I would interpret that last note on this page to say. But whatever methodology they were applying with respect to friction testing was not recognized in Ontario is what I take from my note.
Okay, and you said that what you understand now is different than what's in the last note on your handwritten notes. And what do you mean by that?
Well, I would use the word standard as opposed to methodology. That the UK standard of 40 is not recognized as a concerning standard in Ontario or Canada.
I see. Okay, so the difference is the use of the word methodology.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that's the right word.
Okay. And then there's a reference to more. Is that decided to do testing? What does the DEC apostrophe D mean?
Sorry, where are we looking?
Oh, sorry. Registrar, if you could go to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going, but
Page-
I
Yeah.
feel more comfortable looking at my own notes and not the
Fair enough.
transcript. So I'm looking at my notes.
Fair enough. Registrar, if you could go to image 2 on the document, the handwritten document. So at the very top there. What is that?
Okay,
say?
so Moore, I know is Gary Moore, decided
Yeah.
to do friction testing. The Lincoln Alexander Parkway testing on par. Red Hill Valley testing quite a bit worse, especially in wet conditions and at higher speeds.
Okay, and did they, do you recall if Ms. Audie or Ms. McNeil told you anything else about Mr. Moore's decision to do testing?
No,
Do you recall anything else about what they conveyed to you on the call about the Tradewind results apart from what you've just read?
no. The sense I got was there was a feeling that Gary Moore had perhaps buried the friction testing reports. That was the sense I was getting.
And is that because that's what they said to you?
I don't think they used those words. It's just the impression I was getting.
Do you remember the words that they did use?
No. Nothing is blunt as the word I just used, but just the general sense was that.
And then there's a reference to SEMA 2015. I think it says additional safety performance review of Red Hill Valley.
Yes.
More accidents on Red Hill than on the link, 65% more in wet weather, and which was far more skewed than the link toward wet weather. So
Recommended friction testing. Right.
Okay. And so what discussions did you have with Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil about the 2015 SEMA? recommendations?
I don't remember anything beyond my note.
And so it refers to recommended friction testing. So I take it that that is something that Ms. Audie and Ms. Or Ms. McNeil conveyed to you, that SEMA recommended friction testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if they told you if SEMA had seen the trade wind results?
No. No.
No, you don't recall, or no, they did not tell you?
That topic never came up.
Okay. So the topic of whether or not SEMA had the trade wind result never came up on this call.
No.
Was there any discussion about sharing the trade wind results with SEMA on this call?
No.
Registrar, if you could go to the next image in the handwritten notes, please. Thank you. And so the next note is hot in place technology. What is that referring to?
Well, I know it's a form of resurfacing of a road using the crushed up aspects of the existing road, the existing pavement, using the existing pavement to resurface.
And then there's a note underneath it that says Gord decided to do a complete resurfacing in spring of 2019.
Yes.
And so what did they say to you about the resurfacing?
Nothing. I don't recall anything beyond what I see here.
Okay. Do you recall if they told you why Mr. McGuire had decided to go ahead with the resurfacing?
No.
Okay. And then in between those two notes, it says 2017, another SEMA rep that recommended safety measures.
I don't know what that refers to. I realize the date is not right. They would have had the draft SEMA roadside safety assessment report, which did have safety recommendations. That could be what that references to.
I see. Okay, so that could be referring to the draft roadside safety report.
Yeah.
Okay, but sitting here today, you're not sure.
I'm not.
Okay, sitting here today, you don't actually, do you have a memory of what 2017 another SEMA rep could be referring to?
Well, another SEMA rep means report, but I don't know what it means, and I don't know what the relevance of the date is.
Okay. Do you recall Ms. Audie or Ms. McNeil telling you that SEMA was in the process of doing another safety assessment?
No, I don't have that recollection. In fact, I don't think I was told that they were still involved with the road. So I just don't know what that reference is and what that date is.
Okay. So we understand that you later receive a draft of SEMA's roadside safety assessment after you speak with Mr. Malone. Is your recollection that you only learned about the roadside safety assessment from Mr. Malone?
I believe so. I think my recollection is that I found out when I spoke to Brian on December 11th.
Okay. So the next note says 4 current files on the Red Hill, 215 million. And is that referring to the 4 active claims that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Did you get any other information about these files from Ms. Audie or Ms. McNeil?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone else at the city about the 4 active files at this time?
Not at this time.
And did you have discussions with anyone at the city about these files at some other time?
Yes, I did. Like I would, in January, I'm dealing with the city's risk and insurance department personnel on other files, and both with Diana Swaby, who is a claims administrator, I believe was her title, and John McClellan, who is the manager of that section. In separate conversations, it came up that I'd been retained on this, and just a bit of banter back and forth about it, but nothing. I mean, Diana, I think, had given me a very brief profile of one of those cases. But it wasn't really part of my mandate. It was a passing conversation because they knew I'd been retained on this.
So as part of your mandate, did you ever receive any further information about the files on the Red Hill, the 4 current
No.
files on the Red Hill? Okay. And I take it you weren't asked to provide an opinion on the impact of the release of the Tradewind report on those specific matters?
No, not on any specific matter.
Okay. And then there's a note that says issues, and then it says 1 MFIPA/FOI request. Registrar, if we could go to the next image on the transcription, please. And then it says no GRDS to refuse REL of documents. What is that referring to?
I think Nicole is asking me to review the FOI request and determine or verify that whether there was any grounds not to disclose the Tradewind and Golder reports.
And did they have an opinion on whether or not they believed that the Tradewind and Golder reports needed to be disclosed?
I can't recall. I have no independent recollection.
Okay. And then there's point number 2. It says impact of liability. What prompted studies? High number of accidents, 474 accidents. What's that note referring to?
Well, I see that in the transcription, it's sort of, you put what prompted studies right under number 2, impact of liability, whereas there's no linkage in my actual note. So I don't think those two things are related.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. And
I don't think they're related. Impact on liability, that was another thing they wanted me to look at. Impact on liability of the release of, or the content and the release of the Tradewind and Golder reports. And then I don't know why it looks like I asked that question, what prompted studies? And that response was high number of accidents, 474 accidents.
I see. Okay. And just Mr. Bogosian, just so you know, the transcription of the note was provided by counsel for the city. We didn't prepare the transcription, but that's helpful in terms of clarifying how the bullet points.
Sorry, I was asked to look at it, and I guess I didn't appreciate it until now, how it's been made to appear. But
Okay.
I don't think those two have anything to do with each other.
Right. Okay. So where it says issues, it appears that, so where you list issues 1 and 2, 1 is MFIPA/FOI request, 2 is impact of liability. Are these issues that you're being asked to look into?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's the note that you just described. It was a question by you about what prompted the studies. And I take it you're referring to, when you say studies, what is that referring to?
The friction testing.
So what prompted the Tradewind testing, you mean?
And Golder, what prompted the studies? Like what prompted the friction testing?
Okay. And the response from Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil is the high number of accidents, 474.
I don't have an independent recollection, but that's appears to be what my notes are saying.
Okay. And then there's a note that says, actually, Ms. Registrar, if we could go to the next image on the handwritten note. The next note says signage slippery in winter plus.
Yeah. And then there's slippery signage, slippery in winter.
And then if you go down another 4 lines, it says told them signage should.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so do you recall having a discussion about signage on the call?
There was some discussion about signage,
Do you recall what that was?
not beyond the notes, no.
Okay. Do you recall if there was a discussion of any other types of safety measures on this call?
No.
You don't recall, or there were no discussions?
I don't recall, and I doubt there were because I would have made a note of it.
Okay. And then it says, wants me to look at the reports. And then at the very bottom, it says 4 RAPS. I take it that's 4 reports.
Yes.
Did they tell you what the 4 reports were on this call?
I don't know if they did or not. They said they'd be sending 4 reports. I mean, I can infer 3 of them from my notes: the Tradewind report, the Golder 2017 report, and the 2015 SEMA report.
Sorry, you said Golder 2017 report. Do you mean Golder 2014 report?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Golder 2014.
Okay. Okay, but sitting here today, like, you don't recall if on the call they told you what the 4th one was?
I don't recall them specifying which reports they were sending me.
Do you recall if they told you if Golder had done some additional pavement evaluation in December of 2017?
I don't recall if that was mentioned on this call.
And then there's a note that says draft letter to SEMA.
Yeah.
What is that referring to?
I have no idea.
Do you recall any discussion about somebody drafting a letter to SEMA?
No.
Okay. Was there any discussion on this call about anybody reaching out to SEMA?
No. Oh, there was a discussion on my part, because as soon as I start hearing about 2015 SEMA report, I know Brian Malone is the principal of their traffic engineering department. I work with Brian all the time. And I'm used in this call about reaching out to him to get some background and, suggesting that I give him a call to better understand the issues once I'd reviewed the reports, and they were fine with that.
Did you, in the context of that discussion, did you talk about sharing with Mr. Malone the results from the Tradewind report?
I never had that discussion during this call with Nicole and Berdina.
So on this call, the thinking was that you wanted to, you mused about reaching out to Mr. Malone just to get some background information?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any discussion or consideration given to having you reach out to Golder for the similar purpose?
No.
And is there a reason why you wouldn't want to reach out to Golder for background information?
Like I said, I know Brian well. I don't really know anybody doing this type of work at Golder. It was really from a technical background standpoint, and I know I could pick up the phone and call Brian because we have many active things on the go together at any given point in time.
So it was because you had a pre-existing relationship with Mr. Malone.
Exactly.
Okay. So we've gone over your notes in some detail, and you did describe your recollection of the call earlier this morning. Is there anything else that you recall from this December 7th call with Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil that you haven't already told us?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay. And so coming out of the December the 7th call, from your perspective, what were your next steps? What were your action items?
Look at the FOI request to see if it was broad enough to encompass these reports, review the reports, and come up with a liability assessment, in the course of which I reached out to Brian to get some technical background assistance.
And I think you testified that the December the 19th note, that was the deadline that was given to you to provide your draft opinion?
It's something that would invariably come up. What's the time frame? Like, when do you want this by? So I can plan. That's the only reason I can think for that date being there. Do I have an independent recollection of them saying we want something by December 19th? No, I don't.
Okay. And you can't think of December 19th as a date being important in the context of anything else?
No.
Okay. Registrar, you can take down these notes, and if you could pull up overview document 9A, page 214. So, Mr. Bogosian, I'll take you to paragraph 498. Perhaps we could call that out for Mr. Bogosian. There's a reference to an email from Ms. McNeil to Mr. McGuire on December the 7th, 2018. So this is on the day that you speak with Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil. You're not copied on this email, but I'll give you an opportunity to review it.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay. And so you'll see that Ms. McNeil says to Mr. McGuire, can you please send me something that explains the current scope of work that SEMA is undertaking for which we are going to be adding / updating them on the trade wind friction testing results? I will need to reference it in a retainer letter that I am drafting. I think you answered this, but just with the benefit of this email, do you recall having any discussion about adding or updating SEMA on the trade wind friction testing results on that December 7th, 2018 call?
No, I don't.
Okay. Coming out of the December the 7th, 2018 call, did you have any view or understanding about who would be adding or updating SEMA on the trade wind results?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. And I think you had testified that that just didn't come up.
It didn't. I don't have a recollection of that coming up at all.
Okay.
And I would have made a note if I had been directed to bring SEMA up to speed on the trade wind report. That would have been an action item.
Okay. And so Was it your understanding from the December 7th call that you were going to be the one updating SEMA on the trade wind friction testing results?
No, I didn't have that understanding whatsoever. And I don't even know who this retainer letter that Ms. McNeil is apparently drafting was to go to.
Right. No, that's fair. I think that's fair. It just says retainer letter. It could be a retainer for you. It could be a retainer for SEMA. It could be something else. Okay. Did Ms. McNeil or Ms. Audi ever refer to retaining SEMA on the December 7th, 2018 call? Okay.
No.
So if Ms. McNeil was referring to your retainer letter, do you have any understanding of why she might be under the impression that updating / adding SEMA on the trade wind friction testing results would be part of your retainer?
No, and I never got any such retainer letter.
Okay. So Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64323. If you could go to image 4. So here's an email from Ms. Audi to you, dated Friday, December 7th, 2018 at 3:18 p.m. I'll give you an opportunity to review the email.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay, and I take it that this email was sent to you after you had the call with Ms. McNeil and Ms. Audi?
Yes.
And she says in paragraph 2, this issue came forward in part due to a new director, Gord McGuire, taking over in the summer of this year, and in part due to media inquiries and recent FOI requests. It was through the latter process that this came to my attention. Do you recall if Ms. Audi and or Ms. McNeil said anything else about media inquiries on the call with you that day?
No, just what I've already explained, the FOI request.
Okay, and actually, just on the December 7th, 2018 call, I think you testified earlier that your recollection was that there was a previous FOI request that was made where the trade report was not disclosed.
I have a recollection of a discussion of that during that call, yes.
Okay.
Whether it's accurate or not, and I'm not saying my recollection is not accurate. I do recall this very clearly. Whether the underlying fact is true or not, I don't know, and I now understand it wasn't true, but I was led to believe that there had been previous a previous FOI request that would have the trade wind report would have been within the scope of, and it had not been produced.
Okay, and that information came from Ms. Audi and or Ms. McNeil on the December 7th call.
That's what I understood they were saying, yes.
Okay. And so you'll see Ms. Audi says, I'm looking for your advice on the following. 1, a general risk/liability assessment, including any thoughts on the FOI request. 2, how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June 2019. And it says litigation privilege in brackets and media and counsel information. So in point number 2, was that something that was discussed on the call on December the 7th, 2018?
No.
Okay. So actually, let me just, sorry for going backwards. So point number 1 says a general risk/liability assessment, including any thoughts on the FOI request. What was your understanding of what she was seeking about the FOI request?
Two things, whether these friction reports needed to be disclosed or was there any way not to? And the second was I think that was a due diligence exercise because I do think their preliminary view was that it had to be disclosed, but they wanted an outside opinion to go through carefully the exceptions to disclosure for due diligence, and to have an outside opinion, and also how the FOI request response would impact liability.
And when you say the reports, friction reports, you're referring, I take it, to the trade wind report and the 2014 Golder report?
Yes.
Okay. So in point number 2, what was your understanding of what Ms. Audie was asking you to do in point number 2?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, so your understanding was that Ms. Audie was asking you for advice on how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June 2019.
Yes.
And where it says litigation privilege, was litigation privilege discussed on the December 7th, 2018 call?
No. Nothing about number 2 was discussed whatsoever in that December 7th call.
Okay. And so what
Or
was
number 3 for that matter.
Okay. So only point number 1 was discussed on the December 7th call?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what was your understanding of what Ms. Audie was referring to when she says litigation privilege in question marks, with question mark in brackets?
I inferred that she was trying to find a way that we could get this information without it having to be disclosed in the litigation, underlying litigation.
Okay, so you were inferring that Ms. Audie was trying to find a way to approach obtaining SEMA consulting input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety in a way that would not be subject to disclosure in the underlying litigation.
That was my interpretation.
Okay, and when you say underlying litigation, I take it that's the 4 claims
Yes.
we talked about? Okay. And then with respect to media and council information, did you have any understanding of what she was referring to here? I think you testified that that was not discussed on the December 7th call.
It wasn't. From previous retainers by her and others, I inferred that that meant vetting any press releases that might be sent out, vetting reports to council that might be prepared, but I had no specifics.
And I think you testified this morning that on the December 7th call, there was no discussion about reporting to council.
No.
And then she says, I will be forwarding you the reports the city has to date on this issue and the FOI request. I look forward to speaking to you on Tuesday. Can you please let me know what time? And I will ask my admin to book us a time. I'm generally open Tuesday. I'll also send you the FOI request. So in terms of, she refers to looking forward to speaking to you on Tuesday, which is December the 11th, 2018. Had you made arrangements to speak with Ms. Audie again so quickly on the December 7th call?
I don't have an independent recollection of that. It appears so, but I can't tell you.
Okay. And so do you have a recollection of what the plan was that what were you supposed to do between December 7th and December 11th?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 61809. So here, Mr. Bogosian, we have an email from Ms. Audie to you on December the 7th, 2018, 3:23 p.m. The attachment is FOI request. And Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 61810 next to it. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bogosian, I take it you did receive the FOI request from Ms. Audie on December 7th, 2018?
Yes.
Registrar, these documents are not yet exhibits, so I would ask that we mark HAM 61809 as exhibit 215. And HAM 61810 as exhibit 216.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Registrar, if you could now pull up HAM 64320. Thank you. So Mr. Bogosian, at the bottom of the first page and following into the second page, you'll see an email from Ms. Audie to you on Friday, December 7th, 2018, 3:21 p.m. And it's forwarding, you'll see part 1 of 6 of the Golder report.
Yes.
So I take it you received the Golder report on December 7th, 2018?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that you received all parts of the report?
I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 215 and 216. So Mr. Bogosian, you'll see at paragraph 505, there's an email from Ms. McNeil to Ms. Audie on December 7th. Under the subject line, RHVP reports for outside counsel's review. And it attaches 3 reports. There's the trade wind report, the 2015 SEMA report, and an email chain from November 28, 2018, which included an email from Dr. Uzorowski to Mr. McGuire.
Okay.
Okay, so this is an email from Ms. McNeil to Ms. Audie attaching these 3 reports. We don't actually have an email to you attaching the 3 reports, which are the trade wind report, the 2015 SEMA report, and the November 28, 2018 email. But I take it you did receive those documents?
I did.
Okay, and do you recall if you received them on December 7th, 2018?
I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 61865. So Mr. Bogosian, this is the November 28, 2018 email that was referenced in the email from Ms. McGuire. Sorry, Ms. McNeil. Registrar, if you could also put up image 2 next to it.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay. Do you recall if you received this version of this email from Ms. Audie? The
I
reason I asked-
remember,
Go ahead.
I remember seeing this email. I don't know how I got it.
Okay. So the email at image 1 on the left screen, it's actually cut off. The email actually, the original email actually has some further points. And I'm just wondering if this is the version that you recall receiving.
I'd have to go into my file. I can't tell you.
Okay, so you don't, I mean, we don't have a copy of the actual document you received. So I'm not sure going back into your file will help unless you have it somewhere.
I can't. Well, of course I would have it, but I don't know. Sitting here, I can't tell you if I got more than what you're showing on the screen or not.
Okay. That's fine. Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 62499. And if we could also pull up HAM 62500 next to it. Thank you. So Mr. Bogosian, on the left, there's an email from Ms. Audie to you dated December 7th, 2018, 4:32 p.m. And it says, David, can you please take a look at this and fill in the hourly rate info for me, please? Then I can send you a final copy. And then on the right, there's a copy of the draft retainer letter. And then if you look at the draft retainer letter, you'll see this letter is to confirm your retainer by the City of Hamilton with respect to the representation of the city in the matter relating to reports regarding the friction on the Red Hill Valley Expressway and in particular. And there are 4 points listed there.
Yes.
And so point number 3, the language is very similar, though not identical to the language we just looked at from Ms. Audie's earlier email. But she's written including retaining the expert if necessary. And so did you have any understanding of what Ms. Audie was asking you to do in point number 3?
I don't even know if I noticed at the time that last clause that she added, and there was no discussion about that.
Okay, right, on the December 7th call, you mean?
Right.
Okay, but I think you testified that from the December 7th email that she sent to you, you were inferring that she was asking for your advice on how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is completed in June 2019 in a way that would protect the opinion from disclosure.
How to go about it right. Not necessarily doing it, but just how one might do it.
Okay, how one might do it to prevent access to the opinion from having to be disclosed.
In the underlying pieces of litigation.
Okay. So your understanding was that you were being asked for advice on how to do it, not to actually do it in terms of obtaining the SEMA consultant input.
Right.
And I take it that before this draft retainer letter is sent to you, you didn't have any discussions with Ms. Audie about you possibly retaining SEMA?
No.
Registrar, before we leave this document, if we could mark HAM 62499 as the next exhibit, which is 217. Thank you.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64323. If you could pull up images 2 and 3, please. So we'll start with the email at the bottom of image 3, which is the image on the right. You'll see there's an email from you, Mr. Bogosian, to Ms. Audie. This is on December the 10th, 2018. Actually, Registrar, maybe we can pull up images 3 and 4 next to each other, just so we can see how the chain goes. Thank you. Okay. So on the right, you'll see the email that we had already looked at from Ms. Audie to you on December 7th. And then your response is on the left on December the 10th, 2018 at 10:29 a.m. I'll give you an opportunity to review that email.
Okay,
So I take it that between your email on December the 10th and Ms. Audie's email from December the 7th in that afternoon, did you have any communications with Ms. Audie in that intervening period?
no,
Okay. And then in the second paragraph of your email, Mr. Bogosian, you say, I thought over the weekend about the issue of how to obtain an opinion from SEMA regarding interim safety measures regarding the condition of the RHVE pending resurfacing in June of 2019. I think the only way we could prevent access to any correspondence they send conferring their opinion is if I contact them and obtain their advice, then communicate it to you as part of my retainer letter. And so I take it that this was you responding to point number 2 of Ms. Audie's December 7th email?
yes,
And when you refer to the only way we could prevent access to any correspondence, what were you referring to there? Prevent access by who?
I already answered that question twice.
Okay, and so that's prevent access in the underlying litigation. The full
You got
claim. And so was there any discussion about having the lawyers who were retained on those matters obtain the opinion from SEMA as opposed to you?
No,
Okay. And so was it also, was prevent access also in reference to preventing access in respect of any FOI request that might be made?
that wasn't my thinking. That wasn't what I understood the concern to be.
Right, your understanding was that the concern was about production in the 4 claims that were active at the time.
Litigation privilege.
Right,
Right.
right, because that, and you're inferring that just from the 2 words litigation privilege from Ms. Audie's email.
Heard nothing to suggest that there was any effort to shield anything from SEMA from anyone else.
And so the thinking from your perspective is that if you obtain the opinion from SEMA and convey it to the city as part of your opinion letter, that will serve the purpose of protecting that opinion from disclosure?
In the underlying litigation, that was what I was suggesting, yes.
Okay. And then you say, let me know if you want to proceed in that fashion. I note that I use SEMA in my cases all the time, so I have a good working relationship with them, and hopefully we could expedite the provision of their opinion. And so here I take it you're suggesting that you go off and get the opinion from SEMA.
Yes.
And then you say, I will be reviewing the material you sent over last time in preparation for a discussion about it with you tomorrow. So I take it by this time, you've received the 4 reports.
Yes.
Commissioner, it's about 11:30. If this might be a good time to take the morning break.
Sorry, having trouble unmuting. That's fine. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 11:45.
Thank you. Registrar, if we could put up the document that we were just looking at, HAM, oh, I lost the doc ID. 64323. There you go. You have it. If you could put up images 2 and 3. There you go. Okay, so Mr. Bogosian, we went through the email that you sent to Ms. Audie on December the 10th, 2018, but you'll see on the screen on the right, on December 11th, 2018, this is on the Tuesday morning now, Ms. Audie responds, David, I agree with your approach below. I will send you the contact info, but I believe the name mentioned as our contact is Dave Malone. And then you respond that same morning, you say, I think it's Brian Malone. So what was your understanding of what Ms. Audie was agreeing to?
Me reaching out to Brian, in addition to what I'd already proposed to reach out to him for, to ask him about interim safety measures in light of the Tradewin and Golder reports.
And so your understanding was that she was asking you to provide Mr. Malone with the Tradewin results for the report?
I'm sorry?
So was it your understanding that she was agreeing to have you provide Mr.
No.
Malone? No? Okay. So you testified that your understanding was that she was agreeing to having you reach out to Brian, in addition to what you'd already proposed, to ask him about interim safety measures in light of the Tradewin and Golder reports.
Well, asking him about interim safety measures regarding the condition of the Red Hill pending resurfacing in June 2019.
But not in light of the Tradewin report?
No, that wasn't her direction to me.
Okay, so was it your understanding that you would be obtaining an opinion from SEMA about interim safety measures without referencing the Tradewin report?
I'm just saying she didn't give me any direction one way or the other about that. I know I did ask Brian when I spoke to him on the 11th whether he had had those reports, and when he said he did not, I summarized them. And the gist of it was they didn't affect his opinion.
We're going to get to the call with Mr. Malone, but your understanding, you didn't believe that Ms. Audie was specifically asking you to provide Mr. Malone with the Tradewin report. Is that fair?
No. Yes, that's fair.
Okay. But you did understand that she was asking you to get an opinion from Mr. Malone about interim safety measures pending the resurfacing of the road.
That's what I understood she was asking.
Okay. Did you ultimately get an opinion from Mr. Malone about interim safety measures pending the resurfacing of the road in December of 2018?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay. Okay, we'll get to that in your call with Mr. Malone. But before we go there, Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 220. So you'll see at paragraphs 520 and 520 to 522, there's an email exchange between, there's first an email from Mr. McGuire to Mr. Malone, and then an email exchange between Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil. You're not copied on these emails, so I'll just give you an opportunity to review those paragraphs.
Okay, I've read them.
Did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie or Ms. McNeil by this time about whether public works staff should or should not be contacting SEMA regarding
No.
safety? No?
No,
So were you aware at the time that public works staff had reached out to Ms. McNeil to ask about contacting SEMA confidentially?
no,
So I take it you didn't have any knowledge of what was set out in the email exchange that is contained in paragraphs 520 to 522?
I did not.
So you had proposed to Ms. Audie that you obtain the opinion from SEMA and convey it to the city as part of your opinion letter to try to preserve litigation privilege. Did you have any discussions about how any other communications with SEMA should flow between the city and SEMA?
No,
Did you have any understanding at this time, this is December of 2018, about whether or not public works staff had provided the trade wind report to SEMA?
not before I spoke to Brian.
Okay. And I take it that before you spoke to Mr. Malone, you didn't have any discussions with public works staff?
No,
So just before we get to, sorry, before I just leave the December 7th call. From your notes on the December 7th call and from your evidence, it sounds like there was some discussion about the safety recommendations that SEMA had made in 2015. Was there any discussion about whether or not Golder had made any recommendations to the city up until that point?
no,
Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, pages 221 and 222. Oh, actually, the next two pages, actually, sorry. So you'll see at paragraph 526, this is December 10th, 2018. Ms. McNeil exchanged some emails with Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot, and Mr. McLennan about Mr. McGuire's upcoming meeting with audit services. And so, Mr. Bogosian, you're not copied on these emails. Were you aware that there was a request made by audit services to Mr. McGuire?
no,
Okay, so I take it you weren't consulted by the city for advice on how to respond to audit services?
no,
And then on page 222, in the 6th paragraph, you'll see there's an email from Ms. McNeil, and the paragraph starts also. Perhaps we could call that out.
yes, I see it.
Okay, and so you'll see that here there's a reference to a potential conflict of interest on the part of SEMA. Did anybody discuss this issue with you at all?
No.
In December of 2018, did you have any discussions about whether or not the city should be retaining a consultant other than SEMA regarding getting a safety net
What time frame?
December 2018.
Oh.
Okay, so you can take this down, Registrar, thank you.
Was not aware that his wife worked for the city of Hamilton or that any of these concerns existed, nor was it mentioned at any time in my presence.
Okay, thank you. And you're referring to Mr. Malone and the potential conflict of interest issue, just for the record.
Yes.
Okay. So, Registrar, you can take down this document. Mr. Bogosian, we're going to now talk about the December 11th, 2018 call that you had with Mr. Malone. Do you recall how that call came about? Did you just pick up the phone and call Brian?
I picked up the phone and called Brian.
Okay. Did you get the sense from Mr. Malone about whether or not he was expecting to hear from you on this matter?
No, I did not get the sense he was expecting my call.
Okay. Was there anyone else on the call?
No.
So before the December 11th, 2018 call, had you had any discussions with Mr. Malone about any issues relating to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
And so going into this call, from your perspective, what was the purpose?
To make sure I understood what the issues were, and to determine if he felt any interim safety measures were needed pending the June 2019 resurfacing.
And going into the call, were you planning on raising trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
Yeah, I would have. And the unfortunate thing is, whenever, as I said earlier, I initiate a call, certainly of this nature, where there's going to be, more than just one thing discussed, I'll make an agenda or point notes of what I want to discuss and what I want to ask. And unfortunately, although I have a clear recollection of doing that in this case, those notes, the agenda thing, which would normally be clipped to the back of my notes of the call, apparently we're not, so we don't have that.
Okay, but going into the call, you were planning on sharing the trade wind results with Mr. Malone?
Verbally, yes.
Okay. And why verbally and not in writing? Or
I didn't think
consider
it was, they're very straightforward. They did 280 test locations. They got a range of coefficient of friction values. They purported to apply that to a UK standard, and they found it to them to be deficient. It's not that complicated.
Is there any, so apart from the fact that you didn't think it was necessary, was there any other reason why you wouldn't want to share it, the actual report with Mr. Malone?
No.
And so do you recall how long the call lasted? Roughly?
I'd have to check my dockets. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, but like, is it just roughly, is it like a 10-minute call, are we thinking, or like an hour?
Oh, it was at least a half an hour, and
Okay.
probably at least, in the order of half an hour to 45 minutes.
Thank you. Before the call, had you reviewed the 4 reports that had been provided to you?
Yes.
So sitting here today, do you have a memory of the call with Mr. Malone on December 11th, 2018?
I do.
What is your recollection?
My recollection is telling him I'd been retained by city legal, I explained the FOI request, the fact that there were these reports that had not been disclosed in response to an earlier FOI request that maybe should have been. I told them the names and of the reports and who had prepared them and who had done the testing. I summarized the results of the Tradewin report and Golder's findings, and asked him if he had seen those reports. He had not. I told him I'd reviewed his 2015 report and pointed out, you know, the list of recommendations, and I asked him if, in light of if these friction testing reports changed anything or suggested anything further was supposed to be done, needed to be done. He said no. I mean, it was apparent to me anyway that SEMA was completely on top of the friction, the wet surface friction issue. So, you know, to me, the Tradewin and Golder testing added nothing. He'd already figured out through analysis, deduction from collision history, the very same thing in a probably more compelling manner than some random friction tests. And he said no, that if they implemented what he had recommended in the 2015 report, it's a safe road. And then I started going through the recommendations to figure out and I found out, and I'm pretty sure that it was the first time I found out they were in the midst of the roadside safety assessment. So they were still working on the highway. And I started going through, what's your understanding of whether each of these things had been fully or partially completed? And I asked him to send me a copy of because he told me that there was a draft report on the roadside safety assessment that had been given to the city the November, I think, of the previous month. I asked him if he could send me a copy. I thought he said he would. Apparently he asked the city for permission first. I don't recall him saying, oh, I need to get the city's permission, but I eventually got it. And it contained the same recommendations as the 2015 report in part. And that was that's the extent of my recollection of the call.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few questions arising from that answer. So you mentioned that you gave the names of who prepared the friction reports to Mr. Malone. So do you recall saying to Mr. Malone that it was Tradewin?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall saying to Mr. Malone that Golder?
Yeah.
The term Golder? Okay.
Like I literally had the reports in front of me as I'm talking to you.
Okay. And Mr. Malone said that he hadn't seen the reports, but did he say if he knew that there had been friction testing done?
No, I think he said he wasn't aware of any friction testing having been done.
Okay, and you testified that, so you had I think you had the Tradewin report in front of you. Did you also have the Golder report in front of you? You're nodding, so I take that's yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
Okay, so let me just take you to the Tradewin report for a moment. So registrar, that is HAM 61866. So this, of course, is the trade wind report. Registrar, if you could go to images 3 and 4. So here we have the friction measurement results. And on the left page, which is image 3, the first few paragraphs deal with the test results for the link. Do you recall if you told Mr. Malone about the results for the link and how they compared?
No,
Okay, you don't recall, or you didn't?
no, I don't recall mentioning anything about the testing on the link.
Okay. And then so at the last paragraph on image 3, starting there, that's where we get into the results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and it goes on for a number of paragraphs. Do you recall what information you gave to Mr. Malone on that call from this report?
I just said that there were results at a number of locations that fell below this threshold of 40, which I understood to be equivalent to our 0.4 that we would use here in Ontario and Canada. And I would have indicated that Tradewin had identified this as a concern and that it was below a level of investigation under this UK standard.
So you said that the results fell below the threshold of 40, and then you said that's understood to be 0.4 in Ontario. Where did you get that information from? Or is that something you conveyed to Mr. Malone, or he conveyed to you?
I think we were on the same page.
So going into this call, your understanding was that the threshold of 40 was understood to be 0.4 in Ontario?
That's what I understood, yes.
And where did you get that understanding?
I'm not sure sitting here today.
But is that just from your general knowledge, or would that have been from somebody from the city telling you that?
No, it would have been from my own knowledge.
Okay, so you had some independent knowledge about how friction testing results might compare in Ontario and in the UK?
Yeah, the numbers, all these numbers are consistent with our 0 to 1 scale, except multiplied by 100.
So the difference between the Ontario scale and the UK scale is that you just multiply by 100 to get to the UK number?
That was my assumption at the time.
Okay, and sitting here today, you can't tell us where you got that information from?
No, I can't.
Okay, and what is the Ontario scale that you're referring to?
I don't know if it has a technical name. I would say coefficient of friction scale.
And
Like if we used a drag sled, for example, went out on a road with the drag sled and did a measurement for the road friction, you'd get a value somewhere between 0 and 1. And that would be our coefficient of friction scale.
okay, and you knew this from your other experience? in friction and pavement. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so when you read the trade wind report, did you have some understanding or conclusion about whether or not what Tradewind was saying was correct?
I didn't have any, I read what they were saying and I saw the numbers. I'm not sure I understand the question. I asked Brian what he thought of this testing and whether it was a concern to him.
So Tradewind had identified the friction test results as being a concern because they fell below this UK investigatory standard. But I'm understanding from you that actually you had some knowledge in December of 2018 that suggested that that might not actually be below an Ontario standard. Is that fair?
No, I didn't. This is one of the reasons I'm calling Brian for his technical input. So I did not agree or disagree with what Tradewind was saying. I was just trying, one of the things I wanted to understand from Brian is, did this concern him? What did this mean?
Okay.
But going into the call, I assumed, for example, 38 on this UK scale would be equivalent to our 0.38.
Okay, and on the call with Mr. Malone, I think you testified that the results fell below the threshold of 40 at various points. Did you give him more specific information about how many values? Or
Sorry, what values?
so you testified that you told Mr. Malone that the results at various points on the Red Hill Valley Parkway fell below the threshold of 40. And I'm just wondering if you went into any further detail about that. Did you get into the level of the detail, for example, that's set out on page 4 of the Tradewind report?
I don't know which page is page 4.
Page 4, the one on the right.
Is it? Oh, okay, the one on the right.
Yeah, because you'll see that the Tradewind report gets into some detail about.
Yeah, no, I said they were, I think I gave him some ranging from the mid to high 30s. I think I would have gotten into that level of detail.
Okay. But not the level of detail, I take it, of specific parts of the Red Hill Valley and where those friction values fell?
No.
Okay. So Registrar, if you could go to the next page on this document, just for completion, just to be complete, Mr. Bogosian, I just wanted to show you the rest of the friction measurement results section of the Tradewind report.
Okay.
Okay, and so having read the rest of the results, does that refresh your memory any further about the level of detail that you got into with Mr. Malone?
No.
Okay. Registrar, if you could go to image 13. So this is the conclusions and recommendations section of the Tradewind report. So you'll see the second paragraph is the conclusion about the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Yes.
Did you give this information that's set out in the paragraph to Mr. Malone?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you told Mr. Malone that, do you recall using the words below or well below the UK investigatory level?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Mr. Malone's reaction to that?
that the UK standard had no application in Ontario. It's not in my notes and I don't have a strong recollection, but I think you referred to some other standard, maybe the tax standard for the design of highways, and he pointed out that the minimum acceptable coefficient friction level was lower, significantly lower than the UK standard. And the general impression I got is he's already figured out that there's a wet road friction problem on the Red Hill. And he didn't seem at all concerned about these friction testing values.
Okay. And so you testified about how the UK standard, or the UK numbers, you multiply by 100 to get to the Ontario numbers.
No, you would.
You're right. Sorry. Yes, you divide by 100. You're correct. Did you talk to Mr. Malone about how these values would fare on the Ontario standard?
I can't remember that conversation with that detail, but I felt like we were on the same page in my understanding. Like I can't express it in more detail because I don't have that detailed a recollection, but my sense was that I was my assumption had been correct.
Your assumption being what?
What I just said, that the UK standard was equivalent to our coefficient of friction standard divided by 100.
And how did that fare in terms of whether that was acceptable or not in Ontario?
He just said that there is no such friction standard in Ontario. And that the TAC design standard for new roads was lower.
Lower than
40.
Okay.
Than the UK standard that he was applying, or that Tradewind was applying.
Okay, and Mr. Bogosian, I know you do have notes of this call, and you'd also summarized your call with Mr. Malone in your draft opinion letter. So why don't we put up those documents side by side? So Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64344. And HAM 62512, image 7.
Yeah, there's other parts of the report other than this page that reflects my conversation with Mr. Malone.
Okay,
Just
why don't we?
so it's clear.
Okay. So just in your notes, there's a reference to the link open 1997, RHVP open 2007, Curvy. And then it talks about phase 1, Green Hill, to Dentinal, October 13, and it says, I don't have this. What's that referring to?
Brian's telling me he had done a prior report in October 2013 about a specific segment of the Red Hill between Green Hill and Dartmouth And I was noting to myself, I don't have this. I only have the phase 2 2015 report.
Okay. Did he mention to you that in the October 2013 report, what did he give you any further information about the October 2013 report?
No,
Um, and then there's reference to phase 2. And then underneath that, it says really high proportion of wet road crashes. And then I think it says coefficient of friction issues, no industry standard repavement friction. So I take it that's what Mr. Malone is conveying to you?
yeah. I have conveyed to him the Tradewin findings, and he's saying, well, there is no industry standard in Canada or Ontario for pavement friction.
Okay. If you could go to the next page in the handwritten notes, Registrar. And then it says PSV less than 30 problematic. What's that referring to?
Polished stone value, I think I'm conveying to him the results of the Golder polished stone value testing, which had come out in at 45. And he was like, well, that's fine. And if it's below 30, it's a problem.
And so do you recall, so that this polished stone value number, I take it comes from the December 2017 Golder testing,
I believe so.
right? And that information was contained in the November 28th, 2018 email that you received as part of the 4 reports.
Right.
Okay. So do you recall telling Mr. Malone that there was testing done by Golder in December of 2017?
I believe so.
What did you tell him about that testing?
I believe I told him that they had gotten a value of 45, and Brian conveyed that that's okay because if it would only be a problem if it was under 30.
Was he aware that Golder had done this further testing?
No, I don't think he was aware of the Tradewin or the Golder testing. In fact, he said he was not aware. He wasn't aware of that having been done.
Both of them, the Tradewin in 2013 and the Golder testing in 2017.
Correct.
Okay, and did he ask for copies of the reports that those tests generated?
I don't think so because I didn't send them to him until much later.
And then in your handwritten note, it says stone mastic asphalt. And what is the word next to that? The transcription says theoretically.
That's what I would say it says.
Okay. And I take it there was some discussion about SMA on this call?
Yes.
Okay.
I think just judging theoretically, I think he was saying it actually starts with a lower coefficient of friction at the beginning and it improves with age. Anyway.
Okay. And so you recall him telling you that it was supposed to improve with age?
Theoretically.
Theoretically. And did you talk about whether or not it had in fact improved with age?
No.
Okay. But in the context of when you shared the Tradewin results with Mr. Malone, did this idea that the friction values should have improved theoretically come up in that context?
No.
Okay. And then we see a list of, I take it these are recommendations from the SEMA 2015 report?
Yes.
And you went through each of the recommendations with Mr. Malone and talked about his understanding of whether or not they'd been implemented.
That's right.
Okay, and we see that also in your draft opinion, which sets out fully implemented, partially implemented. So Registrar, if we could go to the next page in the handwritten note. And the next page, in the, yeah, there you go. So I'm just trying to find this in your handwritten note. There's a note that says pave friction testing ?
Sorry, where are we?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm looking at the transcription. Oh, actually, sorry, Registrar, if you could go back to image 2 on the handwritten notes. There it is. Okay, so the second line from the bottom in your handwritten note, there's a question mark and it says pave friction testing. And then you'll see in your draft opinion letter, near the top, it says implementation unknown pavement friction testing. And
Yes.
so do you recall, what do you recall about the discussion about whether or not the recommendation for pavement friction testing had been implemented?
He was telling me he wasn't aware of it having been done.
Okay, and was it your understanding that the 2017 Golder testing was intended to be an implementation of this recommendation?
I don't have that level of detail of recollection. I'm recording what Brian understands from his knowledge, and I don't know.
Okay. And so Registrar, if you could go to the next page in the handwritten note. And so in the draft opinion, Mr. Bogosian, in the second full paragraph on page 8, it says, when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows. And he then gives 4 contributing factors, starting with slipperiness of the road surface.
Yes.
So do you recall that Mr. Malone did rank slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes on this call?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
You see the arrow after number 4?
Yes.
He gives me a list, and then I add it afterwards, and that arrow is going from what I've said in number 4. He puts this at the top. So that's why, even though he had listed it last, I put it at the top.
Okay. Did he give you any further context for why he reached that conclusion, that slipperiness of the road surface was the greatest contributing factor?
No.
You testified earlier that when you shared the trade wind results with Mr. Malone, it didn't really change anything in terms of Mr. Malone's analysis, because I think you said he'd already reached the same conclusion.
Yes.
And so what do you mean by that? What conclusion are you referring to?
That there was a coefficient of friction problem with the Red Hill, especially in wet road conditions.
And what was your understanding of how he had reached that conclusion if he didn't have the friction testing results?
Well, it's apparent from his 2015 report. It's not like he's just suddenly blurting out in my call with him, oh, slipperiness of the road surface when wet is a factor. It's all over his 2015 report. All of his recommendations, if you look at the recommendations from his 2015 report, they all relate to mitigation of low coefficient of friction in wet weather. That's what they're all about. So he's all over the coefficient of friction problem in wet weather. It's obvious from his 2015 report what he says in terms of the factors. He doesn't maybe rank slipperiness of the road surface in that report the way he did with me in the call, but it's certainly there as one of the listed factors. And when you look at his recommendations, they're all about mitigating a slippery when wet road situation, to give additional guidance to motorists, to alert them to be extra cautious in wet weather driving conditions.
Okay, and I take it that your understanding is that he came to that conclusion that slipperiness of the road surface was the greatest contributing factor based on his analysis of the number of wet road collisions.
Well, I don't know how he came, but you'd have to ask Mr. Malone. I can't say how he puts this at the top. I'm just saying what he told me during this conversation.
Okay. Okay, and I think you testified that you don't recall if he gave you any further context for how he reached this ranking.
No.
And then, well, you see actually on page 8 of your draft opinion, in the first full paragraph, you say that for the purpose of the follow-up median barrier study for which SEMA was retained this year, I take it that's referring to the roadside safety assessment that you learned about?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the scope of the roadside safety assessment?
Well, I know roadside safety is to do with the clear zone, to do with guardrails and barriers. I mean, I think he may have also been asked to look at illumination. I can't remember now, but it has to do with not the actual road surface itself, off the traveled portion of the road, guardrails, clear zones, demarking barriers and guardrails.
And is that just from your understanding of what roadside safety means based on your many years of experience in this area? Or is that something that Mr. Malone conveyed to you about what he was doing?
I think he did rhyme off some of the things they were looking at during that conversation, because there had been a lot of guardrail and median impacts in these collisions, wet weather collisions. So they were looking at that. I do think he mentioned it. I don't have like a detailed recollection, but I think he rhymed off some of the things they were looking at during that assessment. But I know what a roadside assessment is from my experience, as you mentioned. And I subsequently got his draft report, which, confirmed my assumptions.
And I take it you understood that what Mr. Malone was doing on the roadside safety assessment was not the same thing as what it did in 2015 in terms of providing more general safety recommendations.
Well, they do comment in that draft report about the wet weather collision history and the concern about that in particular locations, especially the northbound, a strip near the King Street interchange. On the southbound, the 3 interchange ramps, sets of interchange ramps that he identifies.
Okay, but the roadside safety assessment, though, I take it is is it fair to say more narrow scope than what Mr. Malone and SEMA did in 2015?
Well, it might normally be, but reading the actual report, there's a lot in there about updating, based on the updated collision history, what's going on with collisions on the road and recommendations stemming from that.
Okay, so typically a roadside safety assessment might be more narrow in scope, but because you did receive a copy of the draft roadside safety assessment, from your perspective, it was broader than just roadside safety. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And then in your notes, actually, sorry, before I move on to SMA. So in the first full paragraph on page 8, you say, despite the implementation of some of the recommendations made by SEMA, there was no significant change in collision history or the tendency of collisions to be occurring inordinately in curves during wet road surface conditions. So I take it Mr. Malone is saying to you that, yes, a number of things were implemented, but it actually hasn't made things better on the road.
I believe that's what he said, yes.
Okay, and so you testified earlier that he told you that there were no additional interim safety measures that would be required. But did you have a conversation about potential measures? Because it sounds like the current recommendations, the implementation of what's already been done hasn't improved things. So was there a discussion about what else can be done?
I think I've answered this question. He indicated that if the city implemented, and I reference this later in the report, if the city implements his 2015 recommendations, the road is reasonably safe.
So just looking at the ones that haven't been implemented. So Registrar, if you could go back to image 7 of the opinion. So it looks like, to his knowledge, at least as he's conveying it to you, there are a number of measures that have been fully implemented. In terms of what's been partially implemented, there's slippery when wet signs that were not placed at 1 kilometer intervals. And then if you go to image 8, Registrar, merge signs and guardrail end treatments were partially implemented, and not implemented are rain activated flashing lights on slippery when wet signs in high collision areas and speed feedback signs. So Mr. Malone is saying, well, if the city goes off and fully implements those few items, that's all that needs to be done in terms of safety measures.
Yeah, and he reiterated that very opinion in our January 29th big group teleconference.
Okay. And then in your notes, you'll see at the bottom of this page that there's reference to stone mastic asphalt or SMA. And I think it says aggregate larger, less fines and small stones. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go to image 4, Registrar. Sorry, of the handwritten notes. And then there's some further notes about SMA. And Registrar, if you could go to image 8 on the draft opinion. So at the bottom of page 8 in your draft opinion, there's a discussion about SMA. I take it that information is all conveyed from Mr. Malone to you about SMA?
Yes.
Okay. And Registrar, if you could go to the next page in the handwritten notes, please. So here there's a handwritten note, Mr. Bogosian, where you say Gary Moore involved in DES and develop of the RHVP.
Yes.
And is DES, I take it that's design?
Yeah.
Okay, and so this is something Mr. Malone is conveying to you? Okay, and it says, very strong-willed individual, refused to accept road might be the problem. And it says very DEF apostrophe VE about
Recondition.
recondition. Okay, and so what's that referring to?
Well, I do recall more about what Brian said about this at the time. The word very DEF hyphen IVE is without a doubt in my mind defensive.
Okay.
And what Brian conveyed was that Gary kept wanting to blame speeding for the elevated accident history or collision rates rather than the condition of the road. And that was the context of him saying he was very, very defensive regarding its condition, that he wanted to blame drivers and not the road.
Okay, did he give you some context about in what context he was blaming drivers? Was that in discussions with SEMA?
I don't know. I didn't delve any further.
Okay, and so did Mr. Malone talk about what information he had previously provided to Mr. Moore about the wet weather collision issue?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did Mr. Malone give you any further information about what discussions he may have had with Mr. Moore about the wet weather collisions and the contributing factors?
Well, he had Mr. Malone's 2015 report, which addresses those very things.
Right, but in terms of the feedback that Mr. Malone got from Mr. Moore.
In the context of what I just said, I have no idea what the relative timing was of whenever Brian formed the impression that Gary was blaming drivers for speeding and not the road. And his delivery of his report, I just didn't get into that level of detail.
Okay. I understand. So Mr. Malone testified earlier this week, and he believes, his evidence is that he believes that he may have said that Mr. Moore was very definitive regarding the condition of the road. I just wanted to put that out to you. Is it possible that Mr. Malone said definitive?
Absolutely. I would say absolutely not, because I remember distinctly it was in the context of blaming drivers for speeding versus the condition of the road. And whether Brian used the word defensive or I inferred it from the explanation, my note definitely intends to mean defensive.
Okay, so it's possible Mr. Malone may not have used the word defensive, but you made the note defensive because that was certainly the impression that you got from the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Registrar, could you go back to image 1 of the handwritten note? Sorry to go backwards, Mr. Bogosian, but I realized I forgot something. So at the very first note here, it says lighting. Do you recall what discussions you had with Mr. Malone about lighting?
That he was in the course of or had completed an illumination study of the Red Hill.
Okay.
But I don't have any more specifics.
Okay. So you don't recall if he gave you any further information about what that study was finding?
No, but I recall writing somewhere, maybe in one of the reports, either the draft or the final, that he had recommended against illumination along the Red Hill.
Right. And where did you get that information from? Is it from Mr. Malone telling you that on the call?
I don't know. I don't know if it was there or if it may have been in his draft November 2018 report.
Okay. Okay, because just on that, in the 2015 SEMA report, there is a recommendation with respect to continuous illumination that's considered to be a long-term recommendation. Does that ring a bell to you?
No,
Okay. Okay, so
yeah.
you're,
no, I didn't review the 2015 report in recent days, so I don't remember.
okay. But in terms of the note in your draft report that said that there was no recommendation for lighting, your recollection is that either Mr. Malone told you that on December 11th, or it was from you reading the draft roadside safety assessment?
Must have been.
Okay. Did you talk to Mr. Malone about enhanced speed enforcement on this call? Do you recall?
I'd have to look at, could we flip to page 7 of the,
The draft opinion?
yeah, fully implemented enhanced speed enforcement. So yes, we did talk about it.
Okay, but just in the context of it, it's already been implemented, not that there would be additional speed enforcement required.
Well, I take it to mean he was under the impression that it was happening.
Okay, so we've spent some time discussing the call that you had with Mr. Malone on December the 11th. Is there anything else apart from what we've already covered that you remember from this call?
No.
So just while we're on the draft opinion, so you do set out your summary of the call with Mr. Malone at pages 7 through 9 of the draft opinion. In that summary, there's no reference to you sharing the trade wind results with Mr. Malone or Mr. Malone saying that no additional safety measures are required. But you did mention earlier that there are other parts of your report that refer to the call.
Well, I believe there are references in the report and subsequent notes. There are things that all point in my mind to those definitely having been discussed. It's unfortunate that I likely didn't replicate notes about the points I had made before I called him that I wanted to discuss with him. There may have even been some notes of things he said on that sheet. It's unfortunate I didn't save it, but without a doubt, what I've said about, to the extent I've disclosed the content or the gist of the trade wind report and the Golder report, that absolutely happened on December 11, 2018.
Okay. And so I think you testified that you coming out of this call, then I take it that you felt like you had enough information about whether or not SEMA had an opinion on whether interim safety measures are required?
I came out of the call with the understanding from Mr. Malone that if the measures set out in his 2015 report were implemented by the city, that we would have a reasonably safe road.
And what does reasonably safe mean?
Well, it's the standard of care in Ontario. I mean,
Okay.
not perfect, but reasonably safe.
Okay, so when you say reasonably safe, it's meeting the standard of care in Ontario?
Yeah.
Okay. And so were there any next steps for Mr. Malone coming out of the call? Did you feel like you had gotten everything you needed?
I had asked him for his draft roadside safety assessment report, which he sent me eventually. Nothing else that I can recall.
Okay. Did you contemplate retaining him formally to provide a more formal opinion about interim safety measures?
Not at this time.
Okay. So you mentioned that Mr. Malone told you that he didn't have the trade wind results, and when you provided them to him. Did he mention to you having received some friction testing results from Mr. McGuire in August or September of that year?
No.
Okay. Okay. So I take it after you spoke with Mr. Malone, and it looks like this call was at 12:30 p.m. on December 11th, 2018.
Yes.
Do you recall having a subsequent call with Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot that day?
I don't.
Okay. We don't have any notes from a call on December 11th from you, but we do have some notes from Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot. So I'm just going to put them up on the screen in case it assists with your recollection of having that call. So Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 64364. And next to it, if we could pull up HAM 64366. So Mr. Bogosian, just for your reference, the notes on the left are the notes of Ms. Audie, and the notes on the right are the notes of Mr. Sabot.
Okay, so there it is. Spoke to Brian for 45 minutes. That's approximately my recollection. See, no change in interim recommendation in 2015. So after putting these friction tests reports to him, that's what he said. Is there more than one page of the right-hand
I
notes?
believe that there is, yes. Registrar, if you go to the next page.
Mr. Bogosian, Council, this is the registrar. There's one more page if you'd like to see it for the right-hand side.
Okay, I've read both sets of notes.
Okay. Just before we get into the notes, did you have any dealings with Mr. Sabot before December 11th, 2018?
I've dealt with Ron on other matters.
Okay.
Yes, I actively had a matter with him at that time unrelated to the Red Hill.
Okay, but with respect to the Red Hill, was this your first time having any communications with Mr. Sabot on the Red Hill?
I believe so.
So having reviewed these notes, does that assist with refreshing your memory about a call with Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot on December 11th, 2018?
It looks like I had a call and I debriefed them on my discussion with Mr. Malone.
Okay, but do you remember it, or you're just basing that on reading the notes?
I don't have an independent recollection of this call.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Sabot and Ms. Audie about Mr. Malone's ranking of the contributing factors to wet weather collisions? There's a note in Ms. Audie's
Yeah.
note about that.
Well,
but you remember telling them that it was a ranking?
I don't recall telling them in a conversation on this date. I remember Brian telling me, and I remember putting in my report. I don't have a specific recollection of this call.
Okay. I know you said you don't have a specific recollection, so I'm just going to ask you one more question. Where it says in Ms. Audie's note, it says near the about like 9 lines down, it says friction testing ? Done. Do you recall talking to them about friction testing and whether or not that was actually done?
I don't recall anything about this call. I'm sorry.
All right. No, that's fine.
I don't have a recollection.
Okay. So at the bottom of Mr. Sabot's notes, it says Brian isn't an expert in materials. Is that something that you were aware of? Or that Mr. Malone had conveyed to you on the December 11th call? And if it helps, you can also go to the next page in the notes on the right.
Okay.
It says geotech.
I certainly would think that of the three of us, I would have the most I don't know where Nicole or Ron would possibly know whether Brian had a background in materials. So that had to come from me, and it possibly had been communicated by Brian in his December 11, 2018, where he prefaced the whole discussion of SMA on, well, this isn't my area of expertise, but here's what I think I know.
Okay, so your recollection is in the context of the discussion about SMA, he gave you that caveat.
I believe so.
Okay. And then there's a reference at the bottom of Ms. Audie's notes that says Thursday 12/1 p.m. Do you recall if you had set up a further time for discussion?
No.
And earlier we had seen the December 19th date in your December 7th, 2018 notes. Do you recall there ever being a further discussion about timing, about when you would get back to the city with your opinion?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, like finalizing it when we were getting close to the council meetings. Yes, I remember that I was told I needed to finalize it because it needed to be done for that purpose. But I don't recall anything before that point in time.
Okay. Do you recall if you told Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot that you had shared the trade wind results?
No. During this call, no.
Yeah. Okay. And following this call, what were the next steps from your perspective?
I can't remember. I don't remember this call. My next step was to get Brian's roadside safety assessment draft report, incorporate that into the report, which was in progress at that point in draft, and continue to work on my conclusions and recommendations.
Okay, Commissioner, I think this would be a good time for the lunch break.
I think so too. Let's take a break till 2:15. We'll stand
Thank you.
adjourned until that time.
Thank you. Registrar, could we pull up overview document 9A, page 241? So, Mr. Bogosian, you'll see at paragraph 566, there's an email exchange between Mr. McGuire and Ms. McNeil on December 12th, 2018, regarding arranging a call with Mr. Malone. You are not copied on this email?
No,
Were you aware of any direction from legal services to public works staff not to contact SEMA?
no,
Had you had any discussions at all about who should be contacting SEMA by this point?
no.
So I know that you had Ms. McNeil was on the call on December the 7th, 2018. Had you had any discussions or communications with Ms. McNeil since then?
I don't believe so.
Did you recall if you had any discussions or communications with Ms. McNeil after December 7th? At all?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Registrar, if you could go to page 250 of the overview document. So, Mr. Bogosian, you'll see at paragraph 591, there's a transcription of a voicemail message that Mr. Soldo received from Mr. Malone. You are not copied on this, but you can just have a look at it.
Okay, I see the email.
Okay. And the last line refers to Gord confirming that he can provide the lighting report. Did you have discussions with Mr. Malone about you getting a copy of the lighting report?
So did I discuss with Mr. Malone getting a copy of the lighting report?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. And I take it you never received the lighting study?
I don't believe so.
So other than your emails with Mr. Malone to obtain the roadside safety assessment, did you have any other discussions or communications with Mr. Malone in December of 2018 after that December 11th call?
No.
So Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 62512. So here we have your draft opinion that you provide to Ms. Audie on December 13th. On pages 1 and 2, you've set out what documents you've reviewed, and it looks like you've reviewed 7 documents. On page 2, under 6-year performance review of RHVP by Golder Associates dated January 2014, I take it you did review the Golder report, and this is your
Yes.
summary of it. Okay. The Golder report refers to some friction numbers that were measured in 2007. Do you recall any discussions with anyone about testing that was conducted by the MTO in 2007?
I don't recall. I mean, I have a vague recollection of being apprised of it. I don't know at what point, and I don't have any details.
Okay, but I take it you never received the MTO 2007 numbers?
No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you weren't asked to do anything about the MTO friction
No.
testing? Okay. Registrar, if you could go to page 5 of this document. So under section 4, the email from Golder to the city dated November 28th, 2018. it says, the author points out that the testing was carried out in January 2018 and was presented to the city in March of 2018, which the new director of works, Gord McGuire, was apparently unaware of. Where did you get that information from about the fact that Mr. McGuire was unaware of the testing?
I don't know at this point.
Okay. So you had spoken with Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil, but you hadn't had any discussions with anyone else at the city?
No,
Okay. So fair to assume that it likely came from Ms. Audie or Ms. McNeil on the December 7th call?
I don't know.
And then Registrar, if you could pull up pages 5 and 6 together. So under number 5, it refers to the RHVP and link collision countermeasures undated, and it refers to Appendix A to the report of PW 18008. And so I take it you were provided with some information from Public Works about measures had been implemented?
I was definitely provided with it. I obviously summarized it. I am trying to recall if I requested this. Or that I requested this be done, or it had been already done.
You mean requested Appendix A or?
Requested that the city provide its position on what of SEMA's 2015 report recommendations had and had not been implemented.
Okay, so you don't recall sitting here today how it is that you came to obtain Appendix A?
Correct.
Okay. And
the only way would have been whether either Nicole, Ron, Sabo, or possibly Berdina. I don't think she was involved after December, after that first call, but it would have come from one of them. It didn't come from me to me from Works.
Right. And you know what, to be fair, Mr. Bogosian, there is an email I think that we have of Ms. Audie forwarding that information to you. So it came from Ms. Audie, but I guess is your evidence that you're not sure if you asked for it or how that request came about?
I do know at one point I asked her to find out from Works what their position was as to what had been implemented and what had not been with respect to the SEMA 2015 report recommendations.
Okay. And so that likely would have occurred in December of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. So you get the Appendix A likely in response to that request.
I believe so.
Okay. And then at the top of page 6, you'll see it says the report also notes that pavement friction testing was carried out. However, we are unaware of any pavement friction testing since 2013.
Okay, I see that.
And so, because at this point, I take it you are aware that Golder had done some additional testing in 2017?
Yes.
And so what was, I guess, your understanding of the scope of Golder's 2017 testing?
Well, I know the polished stone value and then the pendulum tests were carried out, I believe, in 2017. I mean, so I didn't re-review the engineer's reports in preparation for today.
Okay, I'm just, because where it says we are unaware of any pavement friction testing since 2013, I'm just wondering if the 2017 Golder testing would have qualified in your mind as pavement friction testing.
I'm not sure sitting here today.
Okay. And then Registrar, if you could pull up 6 and 7, images 6 and 7.
I mean, just one heading back, I summarized the Golder 2018 memo, which sets out the testing to the extent they carried it out.
Okay. And then on pages 6 and going into the beginning of 7, there's a summary of the RHVP road safety assessment, the draft that you received. Do you recall if you had any discussions with Ms. Audie about the scope of the roadside safety assessment?
No,
You don't recall, or you didn't have any discussions?
recall.
Did you ever get a copy of the final roadside safety assessment once it was done? This would have been in January of 2019.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Based on your understanding of the roadside safety assessment that SEMA was preparing, did you have any expectation or understanding about whether or not SEMA would be addressing the results from the Tradewind report as part of the roadside safety assessment?
No, I did not have an understanding that they would be. This report predates Mr. Malone's knowledge of the Tradewind friction testing results.
Right, the draft, but in terms of because the final had yet to be delivered. And so I was just wondering if you had any belief or understanding of whether or not Mr. Malone would be addressing the Tradewind results in the final report.
No, and I don't think it would be within the mandate of the roadside safety assessment to do so.
Okay. So, Registrar, if you could go to image 9. No, sorry, image 10. So here, oh, I think I'm looking at a different version. Sorry, it's image 9. My apologies. Or maybe we can put 9 and 10 together. Okay. So on page 9, under significant findings from experts evaluation of the RHVP, you'll see in the second paragraph, you say the 2015 SEMA report identified a significant accident history, particularly with wet road conditions. However, it appeared to primarily attribute this problem to excessive speed. And so I think you testified before lunch today that your impression from the 2015 SEMA report was that the road surface was the primary contributing factor, even if it wasn't listed as such in the 2015 SEMA report.
Well, I don't know if I can't speak for Mr. Malone. What I reported about what he said during our call on December 11, 2018 is accurate. What I'm reporting here is what he said in a report from several years earlier, where he apparently had a different view.
Okay.
You'd have to ask Mr. Malone why there's a discrepancy. I'm just reporting what I've read and been told.
Okay. Okay. I had thought that your earlier evidence was that from your reading of the 2015 SEMA report, you had also understood that
No,
the
I
road
didn't say
surface.
that, and that's, I certainly did not say that.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, the record is what it is. So your evidence is that your review of the 2015 SEMA report indicates that SEMA appeared to primarily attribute the wet weather collisions to excessive speed. That's in 2015. But on the call on December 11th, Mr. Malone said that the greatest contributing factor was the road surface.
Yes.
Okay. And then if on page 10, you'll see in the second paragraph under the city's response to the experts' findings and recommendations.
Mhm.
In our opinion, the friction testing in 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendations to the city about addressing the issue. And just on that, were you ever advised that Golder had in fact provided a recommendation for microsurfacing to the city in its 2014 draft report to address the low friction issue?
Well, I had the 2014 report.
Right, and in the 2014 report, do you recall that Golder had made a recommendation for microsurfacing to address the low friction issue?
No, I would not agree that they did it to address the low friction issue. They said we'll do it to address the cracking issue. Oh, and incidentally, it might have some positive benefit for friction. That's how I read that report.
I see. Okay, so when you say that it made no recommendations to the city about addressing the issue, it was about the specific low friction issue. There were no recommendations.
No specific recommendations to that. Almost as an afterthought, they said, oh, and by the way, by doing this for the cracking problem, you know, you might improve friction.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with anyone at the city about any recommendation that Golder made in 2014?
No.
And then it goes on to say, and also because the 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario per our conversation with Brian Malone. And I think that you covered that issue before the break, right, in terms of your conversation with Mr. Malone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. Malone about any rehabilitation or road surfacing measures that might be taken?
The road was about to be resurfaced in a few months, like at the next available opportunity. So why would I be discussing something like that with Mr. Malone?
Because it might be an interim safety measure?
Do you know how much it costs to do things like that? That's many, many tens of millions of dollars. And they're about to spend a couple of $100 million to resurface the road.
Okay. Mr. Bogosian, I understand that you're frustrated with the speed with which we're proceeding through these questions. But this isn't really a forum for engaging in discussion with council. I'd appreciate it if, I think we'll all move more quickly if you just restrict your answers to the questions that are specifically put to you. Okay.
Thank you. The answer is no.
I think that's the right answer in the circumstances.
Okay.
Okay, and Registrar, if you could go back to image 1. So in the very first paragraph, where you talk about what you're doing in your opinion, the very end of the sentence, you say, and the interim steps to address safety of users of the RHVP prior to the resurfacing of the highway expected to commence in June 2019. So did you consider that your draft opinion did provide the city with advice or your opinion on the interim steps to address safety of users pending the resurfacing?
Yes.
And in your draft opinion, I think we touched on this a little bit earlier, there's no explicit reference to the fact that you had provided Mr. Malone with the trade wind results and his views on whether or not that affected his opinion on interim safety. I'm just wondering if there's any reason why that's not set out clearly in the draft opinion.
Well, I do reference that the 40 standard, UK standard, had no application, and I referenced Mr. Malone as having advised that. So there's a reference to it.
Right. So there is that reference. I think we just looked at it on page 10. But there's no explicit reference statement that says I told Mr. Malone about the trade wind results, and it didn't affect any recommendations for interim safety.
I believe that you're right, that it's not explicitly set out that way in this report.
And is there any reason why it's not?
Because in my view, and I guess I haven't made this clear enough yet, the trade wind report added nothing given the content of the 2015 SEMA report. Mr. Malone was all over the coefficient of friction issue in wet driving conditions in particular. And to me, he was all over the issue. And he acknowledged that the road surface condition was the major contributor to the high collision rate. So, it becomes irrelevant in terms of the actual issue, in my view. And I think Brian was of the same view. That's the sense I had, that this friction testing was rather irrelevant given findings he made in 2015 and recommendations he made based on those findings.
Did you ever convey that to anyone at the city, that you and Mr. Malone considered the trade wind results to add nothing to this analysis?
I think I kind of refer to it when I say that the 40 standard has no application in Ontario and is therefore irrelevant. I'd have to go back through my notes to see if there was a mention of that to Nicole. Possibly it might have happened in the conversation I had with her on December 11th after I talked to Mr. Malone.
Okay, we had gone over that before lunch. I think we'd shown you. You don't have notes of that call, so we showed you the notes of Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot, and I think your evidence was that you don't remember that call at all. That's
true.
So sitting here today, you don't have a memory of conveying that the trade wind report added nothing to the analysis, with the exception of what we've described in the draft opinion at page 10.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So you send your draft opinion to Ms. Audie on December the 13th, 2018. Did you have any understanding of who she would be sharing your draft opinion with?
No.
Did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie about what Public Works was doing at the time with respect to the Red Hill in December of 2018?
I believe that they compiled the list of what they hadn't done based on the 2015 SEMA recommendations. I have a vague recollection that they were going out to do a few more things that hadn't been done, but beyond that, nothing. And again, this would all be either learned at the January 30th call where Works was involved or through Nicole.
Okay, but in December of 2018, you didn't have any understanding of what Public Works was doing on the Red Hill?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And we know that your recommendation, as set out in your draft opinion, is that the city should go off and implement all of the SEMA recommendations from its 2015 report to the extent they aren't already fully implemented.
Yeah.
Did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie about ensuring that that was done?
Yes, well, I think it was clear that I had asked Works to determine what had and had not been done and to do the things that were yet to be done to the extent they could be done at that point.
Okay, and that's clear from your opinion. Do you remember having a call with her or a discussion about that?
I have a general recollection of having that conversation. I don't have a specific recollection of when that was.
Okay. So do you recall having any conversation with Ms. Audie after December 11th until the end of the year?
No.
Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 256. So if you could call up the note that says call with David. Thanks. So Mr. Bogosian, just for your context, this is a transcription of a note from Ms. Audie. It is undated, but I just thought I would show this to you in case it triggers any memory for you about when you may have had a further discussion with Ms. Audie and about what.
It's not refreshing my memory.
Okay. Do you recall receiving comments from Ms. Audie about your draft opinion?
No.
You don't recall, or it didn't happen?
I don't believe it happened. I certainly don't recall any comments that she made.
Okay, and so from your perspective, this is December 13th. You sent over your draft opinion. Going into the holidays, into the new year, where did things stand from your perspective? Was there anything else for you to do?
I think I was just waiting to hear back with comments on my draft report.
And you're evident, you don't recall ever hearing back except, I guess, much later on when you're told to finalize your report. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of what Ms. Audie was doing with your draft report during this time? Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64342? And then if we could also put up next to it HAM 64361. So Mr. Bogosian, here are some notes from January the 8th, 2019. These are your handwritten notes and the transcription next to it. Before the January 8th, 2019 call, do you recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie leading up to this call, apart from scheduling the call?
From December 13th to this date,
Correct.
I don't have a recollection of any other calls or communications with her.
Okay. So do you remember the January 8th, 2019 call with Ms. Audie?
Vaguely.
So what do you remember about the call?
I don't have a recollection beyond what's in these notes.
Okay. Do you recall if anyone else was on the call? Was Mr. Sabot there?
I don't recall that.
And I know you said that you don't have any recollection beyond what's set out here, but do you recall what the purpose of the call was?
I don't.
So there's a reference to a GIC meeting on January the 16th. Do you recall having discussions with Ms. Audie at this point about any report to council?
No, not that I was to be involved in.
Okay. And had you had any discussions about how the report to council would go?
No.
Okay. And just immediately above that note, it says further testing listed, been done, but no one knew about it. Do you recall what that might be referring to?
I'm not sure what that testing is referring to.
Okay. Where it says Gary's concern, top-down cracking.
Yes.
Do you recall what that was referring to?
Well, Golder's 2014 report had identified top-down cracking as an issue.
Okay, and this is something that Ms. Audie was conveying to you?
She must have been. I never spoke to Gary. I have no idea what his concern was.
Okay. And then cover greater than dollar on experts.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, and then there's a reference to stand in UK. Do you recall having any discussion about the UK standard on this call?
I don't.
Okay. There's also a reference to the 2017 Golder friction testing. It says referenced in November 18 staff report. Do you recall if Ms. Audie told you at this time that they had received a draft report from Golder from the 2017 testing?
Well, she's telling me what it says, I believe. I'm not sure if I had the 2017 Golder report at this point.
So we know that you had the November 28th, 2018 email. And so that was going to be my question. We know that you received the December 2018 report from Golder on January 30th, 2019. I'm just wondering if you recall receiving it any earlier than that.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion about what the third pendulum test was?
Yeah, I think I just forgot the word inconclusive.
Okay. So that would have been something Ms. Audie was conveying to
Unreliable.
you?
I'm sorry.
That would have been something Ms. Audie was conveying to you, that the third pendulum test was unreliable?
Inconclusive.
Inconclusive, okay.
When I got the report, I would have used, I do have a recollection of that word being used. When I got the report, I thought the word unreliable would have been more accurate to describe the pendulum test because of the weather conditions at the time.
Okay, but this is based on your knowledge now, having seen the report, not necessarily back in January of 2019, January 8th.
Exactly.
Okay. So the report, the draft report from Golder from its 2017 testing recommended carrying out shot blasting and skid abrading. Did you have any discussions with anyone at the city about that recommendation?
No.
Did you talk to Ms. Audie at this point, this is January 8th, 2019, about sharing the results, that the draft Golder report from its December 2017 testing with SEMA?
No.
And there's a reference to November 2018 staff report. Do you know what report that's referring to?
No.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64376? So, Mr. Bogosian, this is a note from Mr. Sabot, dated January the 8th, 2019. I think you had testified that you couldn't remember if Mr. Sabot was on the call. I'll just let you have a chance to review it. Do you recall if there was any discussion about whether the road was safe on January the 8th, 2019?
No.
You don't recall, or there was no discussion?
I don't recall.
Okay. On the January 8th, 2019 call, did you talk, do you recall if you talked to Ms. Audie about your draft opinion and any comments that she might have?
If she had made some substantive comments, I would have noted them, and they're not noted, so I would say that did not come up.
Okay. So Ms. Audie testified at the inquiry in October that on the January 8th, 2019 call, she had a discussion with you regarding the ranking that you had set out in your draft opinion about how Mr. Malone had ranked the contributing factors to wet weather collisions. Do you recall talking to Ms. Audie about that issue?
No. Not at that time.
Not at that time. Did you ever have a discussion with Ms. Audie about that specific issue, the ranking?
I don't have a specific recollection. I have a vague recollection of seeing reference to that in notes. It may have been just the call right after I had spoken to Brian on December 11th.
Okay. So Ms. Audie's evidence was that on January the 8th, 2019, you clarified to her that SEMA had not in fact given the ranking that was set out in your draft opinion about contributing factors.
I don't recall that, and I don't believe that to be the case.
Because your evidence earlier today was that SEMA did, Mr. Malone did provide a ranking, right?
at the very minimum, he specifically said that item number 4 on that list was at the top.
Okay.
And I never said anything otherwise.
Okay. And so you don't recall any discussions that could have given Ms. Audie the impression that it was not a ranked list of contributing factors?
The only thing I might have said is that for certain, the one I ranked first was what he said was first, and that the other 3 he didn't necessarily order after that.
Okay.
Because that may have been the case, but certainly with respect to the number 1 ranked issue, my note was clear. My independent recollection of that is clear, and I never told anybody otherwise.
Okay. And when you say that it's possible that you could have referred to the other 3 as not being ranked as among them, do you recall that conversation with Ms. Audie, or are you just thinking that it's possible that may have been because that's true?
It's possible that I may have said something about that.
Okay. So the inquiry's records indicate that on January the 8th, 2019, Mr. Sabot shared your draft opinion with Mr. McLennan. And ultimately, I think Ms. Swaby got a copy as well, or anyone else at the city, about contacting the insurer and when the insurer should be advised.
I have a vague recollection of talking to John McClellan about that. Maybe when I spoke to him in the one conversation that I recall having with him about the whole Red Hill matter, where he was talking about having to do a report to the insurer about the trade wind report and the possible consequences for existing and future litigation. I did not have a discussion like that with Nicole or Ron.
Okay. And so what did you say to Mr. McLennan in that context?
I probably just agreed with him that, yes, he better put them on notice as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in the decision on the timing of the disclosure of the trade wind report to council? Sorry, did you give an answer?
I said no.
Oh, okay, I did not hear that. Did you have any involvement or any discussions about the timing of the release of documents to the FOI office?
No.
Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 325. So at paragraph 757 and 758, you'll see that there are some emails about a draft. This is the draft report that Ms. Audie was going to make to council, draft report LS 19007. I'll just give you an opportunity to review those 2 paragraphs.
757 and 758.
That's correct.
Okay,
Okay, and so in the first paragraph of your email, there's a reference to the UK friction standard, which we've covered off this morning. And then it says, I think this point somewhat mitigates the failure to disclose the Tradewin report and should be included in any press release that is issued for the same reason. So did you consider the role of the litigation report to mitigate the failure to disclose the Tradewin report?
I don't understand the question. Litigation report.
What did you mean by mitigates the failure?
The fact that it is somewhat irrelevant or applying a standard that's not recognized here renders it relatively unimportant.
Okay. And so other than your review of the draft report and providing comments, did you have any other involvement in the preparation for the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting?
I don't think so.
Did you have any discussions about what to provide to council on January 23rd, 2019?
I don't think so.
And so you didn't have any discussions with Ms. Audie about whether the actual Tradewin report should be given to council?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions about whether council should be told about other reports at this time?
No.
Did you believe that your draft opinion would be provided to council on January 23rd, 2019?
No.
And why is that?
It was draft.
Okay. And from your perspective, I take it you were just waiting for comments from Ms. Audie before finalizing?
Well, I did receive some additional information after submitting my draft report that I added to the content of the report before it was finalized.
Right, and that additional information is the January 30th, February 1st discussions with.
I think there's at least one or two documents that I got subsequent that I summarize as well.
Okay, we'll get to that final opinion. But by January the 23rd, 2019, though, what were you waiting for before finalizing the report, the opinion?
I was waiting for the go-ahead from Nicole and or Ron to provide it to them in final.
To your knowledge, and this is right before the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting, as of January 23rd, do you know if who Ms. Audie had shared the draft opinion with?
No.
So the January 23rd, 2019 council meeting, did you attend that meeting?
No.
Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 62539. So if you could pull up the next image as well. So you'll see here on the second page at the very bottom, this is January 28th, 2019. There's an email from Ms. Audie to you. Subject call on the RHVE.
Yep.
And she says, I have some follow-up and further advice. So between January 23rd and this email on January the 28th, had you had any discussions with anyone at the city about the RHVP matter?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And I understand that you had a call with Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot on January 30th 2019?
Yes,
Do you recall that?
remember. I remember the big conversation. I remember the big group teleconference. Not so much the shorter one in advance of it.
Okay. So Registrar, if we could pull up HAM 6436. 3. And also HAM 64343. So, Mr. Bogosian, these are your notes from January the 30th, 2019, 10:30 a.m. And I take it that apart from the email exchange setting up this call, you didn't have any discussions with anyone at the city about the RHVP matter between January 23rd and this date?
No,
Okay. And so this call is the first time you're learning about what happened at the January 23rd city council meeting?
yes.
So you have your notes here. Can you just tell us what you remember from the January 30th, the earlier call, the one with Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot?
Sorry, do I remember
Mhm.
the call? I remember the points here. I certainly remember that last point.
When you say last
Yes.
point, which point is that?
The last bullet, the last dash point at the bottom of that first page of,
Of the handwritten notes. Okay. It says council concerned re Gary Moore's judge honesty, trustworthiness with them in the past.
yeah.
Okay. And so tell us about that note.
I just remember Nicole saying that and being somewhat surprised.
And what did Ms. Audie say? Apart from what's set out here.
That was it.
And why were you surprised?
Those are pretty strong words.
Did she tell you why council was concerned?
I know.
Okay. And in the notes, it says council quite concerned about situation, haven't given the trade wind report. Did you know if council was going to receive the trade wind report at the January 23rd meeting?
I'm interpreting my note as that they had not yet given council the trade wind report. So obviously it hadn't been given to them on January 23rd because I'm being told this on January 30th.
Right, but before January 23rd, did you know if that was the plan, that they would or would not be provided with it?
No,
Okay. And so what did they tell you about what council wants to know?
I don't have an independent recollection between the points that follow council wants to know.
Okay. Do you recall?
Like it does sound a bit bizarre that council wants to know if they had the trade wind report, yet the note saying that council doesn't even have the trade wind report. So I'm not sure what all that means.
Well, just in terms of context, council was advised on January 23rd of the existence of the trade wind report. And I think that there's a summary of it in the litigation report that Ms. Audie provided. So it sounds like here, council is asking if Mr. Malone and SEMA had the trade wind report.
Okay.
And do you recall telling Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot that you had in fact given the trade wind results, maybe not the report, but the results to Mr. Malone on December 11th?
No, because I hadn't. Oh, sorry. I gave him a verbal. I certainly
Yes.
didn't give the report. Yes.
Yes.
But I think, yeah. I don't know if I did at this point. I'm taking in information that she's giving me.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point from December 11th until January 30th, you told Ms. Audie or anyone else in the city that you had given the trade wind results verbally to Mr. Malone?
After December 11th. I don't recall.
Okay. And I think your evidence was that you didn't remember on the December 11th call if you had shared that as well.
I'd have to go back and review my notes from that call.
So that's the call where you don't have your notes. We only have that Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabo's notes. And I think your evidence was that you have no recollection of the call, even with the benefit of those notes. Does that?
That is true.
Okay, so apart from what's set out here, you don't have any further recollection of this earlier January 30th call?
No.
Okay, and it says they will call again at 3 p.m. in your note. Do you recall what the 3 p.m. call was going to be?
With the larger group, works people, legal, myself, and Brian Malone.
Okay, Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 359. So, Mr. Bogosian, at paragraph 856, there's reference to a 3 o'clock call on January 30th. It involves a number of city employees. You're not listed. I just wanted to give you this as context.
Okay.
Okay, and I think our understanding is that the bigger call that you've been talking about with Mr. Malone takes place at 4:30. So I'm just wondering if you remember having another call between the call with Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabo that we just talked about and the larger call with Mr. Malone and everybody else.
No, I don't remember 3 calls that day. No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, I think this might be a good time to take the afternoon break.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. Is it appropriate for council to meet as well to determine how much time is required? So you can do that in a separate breakout room.
Thank you.
And we'll stand adjourned, Mr. Bogosian, until 3:30.
Thank you.
Mr. Bogosian, just before we get to the bigger call on January the 30th, 2019, can you just tell us if your understanding of why you were becoming involved again in all of this? Why were you involved in getting the opinion from Mr. Malone?
I don't know. It wasn't explicitly discussed.
Okay, and like the litigation privilege issue that we had talked about earlier this morning, do you know if that may have been the rationale for involving you at this point?
I don't know.
Okay. So the bigger call on January 30th, 2019, you do have notes of that call, so we'll pull them up. Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64362 and also HAM 64345? Okay, so Mr. Bogosian, it sounds like there were many people on this call, including yourself, Mr. Malone, a number of people from Public Works, as well as Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot. Was this your first direct communication with Public Works staff regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway matter?
Yes. Well, I had the email communication with Gordon McGuire. This is the first verbal communication.
What was the email communication with Gordon McGuire?
We went through that.
Oh, regarding the sorry, the litigation report.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, got it, in January. Okay. So do you recall this larger call?
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about the call.
I think it was to have a roundtable discussion about the safety of Red Hill and what, if any, additional steps should be taken as interim measures pending the repaving. That was the main thrust of the meeting.
Tell us what you remember from this meeting.
I need to go through my notes, but generally it was consistent with what Brian had told me in our call on December 11, 2018. That is, if they implemented the recommendations from his 2015 report, he felt the road was reasonably safe.
Do you recall if on this call there was discussion about the Tradewind report results?
Without referring to my notes, I don't have a recollection off the top of my head.
Okay, why don't we, you can have a look at your notes then.
Okay, I've read the first page.
Registrar, if you could go to image 2 on the handwritten notes.
Is there another page?
Yeah, there's one more page. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, Council, there's actually one more page.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Okay.
So do you recall if there was discussion of the trade wind results on this call?
I think on page 2, there's a note that suggests to me the third last dash, but the last one is blank, but doesn't think the friction testing will change his opinion. That is a reference to the trade wind report and possibly also the Golder testing. And by change his opinion about safety measures pending the resurfacing.
Do you recall if on this call, Mr. Malone indicated that he had already had the trade wind results through you verbally?
He already had the actual report by this date.
By the time of the call, I don't believe he did, because I think you sent him the trade wind report shortly thereafter.
Okay, if you're sure about that, what did I send him on January 29th?
You sent him an email on January the 30th.
Okay, after 4:40 p.m. This call took place at 4:40 p.m.
Maybe it might make sense to bring up the email.
Sure. Let me just pull it up. Here it is. So, give me a moment. Sorry, let me just get that doc ID for you. HAM 54347. Here it is. So the email is on the bottom half of the page, January 30th, 2019, 8:47 p.m.
Okay.
So does that refresh your memory about whether or not Mr. Malone had the trade wind report at the time of the call at 4:40?
If there isn't a previous email of me sending it to him, then he would not have had the reports at that time.
Okay. And do you recall if he said that he had received the results, at least from you verbally by that point on the call?
Well, I know there was no shock when he was told about the trade wind and Golder results. I had definitely spoken to him about them in December.
Okay. And on the January 30th, 2019 call, you don't recall him saying, "Oh, I had no idea. This is something I never heard
Exactly.
of." Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Sorry, Registrar, could you pull up the notes again? That is HAM 64362 and HAM 64345. Do you recall Mr. Malone saying that he thought maybe greater police speed enforcement would be required on this call?
That's what I wrote down.
Okay. And so Mr. Malone would have conveyed that greater speed enforcement could be an interim measure?
He had already indicated that in his 2015 report, and he had indicated to me in our call on December 11th that he had observed that that was in fact happening.
Okay, so was your understanding that it was, when he says greater police speed enforcement is also needed, is that greater than what was actually happening at the time?
Brian was generally opposed to reducing the speed limit, which I quite frankly, based on my experience, concurred with. And I think he was talking about alternatives to reducing the speed, which the public works staff were very gung-ho about. And I think that in turn was coming from council. They wanted to show some big, movement or change, regardless of whether from a traffic engineering standpoint it would have been effective.
Okay. And so your recollection is that Mr. Malone raised potentially greater police speed enforcement in response to that issue being raised by Public Works?
That's my recollection.
Okay. And then it says road is not unsafe, but is less safe than comparable urban parkways. I take it that's something that Mr. Malone conveyed on the call?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go to the next page on the handwritten notes, Registrar. So here at the top of the page, there are 3 numbered items. And then where it says number 1, which is in the middle, it says stress its wet road issue. And then there's an arrow to the left that says he won't do that, skated by the issue. Do you recall, do you recall asking Mr. Malone to stress that it's a wet road issue?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Malone's response?
He won't do that, skated by the issue.
Did he say why?
No.
And why did you suggest, or was it your suggestion to stress that it's a wet road issue?
I believe so.
Okay, and why did you make that suggestion?
Because from his analyses in the 2015 and the draft 2018 reports, that based on the collision analysis, that seemed to be that was the case.
Was there any discussion about the Golder 2017 testing on this call?
In other words, just to be clear, my recollection of his reports was that the increased accident incidents compared to other comparable roads was almost exclusively a wet road phenomenon.
Right, that's from your reading of his reports. But he was not prepared to say that. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay. Was there any discussion of the Golder 2017 test results on this call?
Well, on the first page, I think we've seen a reference to it, and I think it was discussed.
Okay. Do you recall if he had already seen that report or was aware of the conclusions by the time of this call?
I believe that's one of the things we had discussed in the December 11, 2018 call. But he hadn't seen the reports yet.
Okay, but again, he didn't express surprise. He didn't say, oh, I didn't know that there was this testing.
Nope.
Okay. So apart from what's set out in these notes, do you have any other recollection of the January 30th call with everybody? Sorry, did you say no?
I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, take your time.
No, I think the notes capture the main points that were discussed.
Okay. And we looked at the email that you sent to Mr. Malone, attaching the trade wind report and the 2017 Golder report. Did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie about who should be providing this information to Mr. Malone?
I think there was a discussion that it should come through me.
Okay. And why was that?
Possibly for the privilege issue.
Okay. So the purpose of coming through council as opposed to Public Works was to try to protect the communications with privilege?
I think so.
Okay. So you send Mr. Malone copies of the trade wind report and the Golder 2017 report on January 30th. To your knowledge, was that the first time Mr. Malone received a copy of those reports?
From me, I'm not aware that anyone else sent them, but from me, certainly.
So we know that there was another call on February the 1st, 2019. We don't have notes from you, but you do summarize it in your final opinion letter. So we'll pull that up. Registrar, if we could go to HAM 64331. Images 9 and 10. So here you'll see on 9, going into the top of page 10, there's a summary of a call on February the 1st, 2019. We'll give you a chance to review those paragraphs.
Okay, I've read it.
Do you recall the February 1st, 2019 call?
I remember him discussing these points.
Okay. And what was the purpose of having the February 1st call?
To get a verbal report from him on interim safety measures.
And in the 4th bullet point, where it refers to the friction levels, it says in the second sentence, applying the industry accepted friction chart as well as the TAC geometric design guideline, friction levels on the RHVP were at levels that met accepted design guidelines and were at a level that warranted investigation but not immediate intervention. Do you recall, apart from what's stated here, if Mr. Malone said anything else about the standards? About the
Well, I think there were two issues with the trade wind reliance on the UK standards. One was, and I'm pretty sure it came out of this call, one was that we just don't apply that standard. In fact, it's different than the standard applied in North America for newly designed roads, which is a lower standard that all those friction readings would have exceeded. But he also felt that they used the wrong table from the UK document or guidance, in that they applied a chart applicable to a different kind of road. And had they applied the correct chart that would be applicable to a road like the Red Hill, they wouldn't have found that it reached the level of investigation.
Okay, and that was something that Mr. Malone conveyed to the group on February the 1st.
Yes.
Were there any discussions about any recommendations that were made by Golder with respect to the road surface?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So apart from what you said out in these bullet points, is there anything else that you recall from the February 1st call?
Other than what I just said about the Tradewin report, no.
Okay. Okay, so we know that shortly thereafter, Ms. Audie does ask you to finalize your opinion letter. Do you recall, and I guess this is the final opinion letter that we're looking at. And so we know that you've included the February 1st call summary here. In terms of finalizing your opinion, was there any other aspects that you felt like you needed to do in order to provide the final opinion to Ms. Audie?
Well, I haven't compared this version against the draft. I do recall I got one or two additional things that were not in the original draft that I summarized in the final. I'm just off the top of my head, without reviewing it, I'm not sure what those are, but I believe there were.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to pull up. We do have in the overview document a summary of the changes. So why don't we go to that? Registrar, if you could go to overview document 9A, page 423 and 424. So paragraphs 985 and 986, it sets out the comparison or the changes between the draft opinion and the final.
And what does page 425 say? Okay, I don't know who reviewed my reports to determine this. I haven't done this, so I'm not prepared to comment whether this is accurate or not.
Okay, so your recollection though is that you did provide some additional information in the February 4th final opinion about documents that you had reviewed?
I thought there were one or two additional documents that I summarized in the final report that I didn't have at the time I did the draft report.
And so what documents would you have received? That would be the
I don't know. I'd have to review and contrast the reports.
So why don't we go to HAM 64331? You could pull up images 1 and 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to see the next page?
Sure. Oh, in this document? No,
Yeah.
no, I'm satisfied if I just look at the
Okay.
documents that I reviewed, the list.
Okay, and so were there additional documents that you received that you summarized in your final opinion?
This is my final opinion that you're looking at.
Right, and I thought that your evidence was that you recalled,
I now need to see the list from the December 13th draft
okay,
to compare it. That's what I was getting
I
at.
see. Okay, so Registrar, if you could, don't pull down this document. If you could pull up HAM 62512.
I've wrote down a list of the items. If I could see the next page. Okay, it appears to be the same list.
Right, and so, I think you did receive an additional document because you received the Golder 2017 report. Is that right? Since the draft report?
Yes, that's probably what I was thinking about.
Okay, but it looks like you didn't actually include that in your draft opinion or your final opinion.
The 2018 draft Golder report, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, the one that refers to the 2017 test results.
It's listed. Is that not it under number 4?
That's the November 28th, 2018 email that we looked at, the one that summarizes some of the results.
Okay.
So there was a subsequent draft report from Golder that was dated in December of 2018, which I understand that you received on January 30th, 2019, and you forwarded to Mr. Malone.
Okay.
And that's the report that I'm referring to.
Okay.
And is that the report that you were thinking of when you mentioned that there may have been some additional, another?
Yes.
Okay, but it looks like you received it, and I take it you reviewed it at the time.
I would have.
Okay, but you didn't actually summarize it in the final opinion.
If you say I didn't, I didn't.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a moment. I'm trying to short circuit this. So Registrar, if we could pull up overview document 9A, page 422 and 423. So you'll see at paragraph 980, there's an email from Ms. Audie to you on February the 4th, asking to speak in the morning to review the presentation and next drafts of various documents. Just want to give that to you for context.
Okay.
And then Registrar, if you could go to page 434. At paragraph 1014, there's a transcription of a note from Mr. Sabot on February the 5th, 2019.
Okay.
Do you recall having a call with Mr. Sabot and Ms. Audie on February the 5th, 2019?
In this time frame, I remember speaking to Nicole about the council meeting on February 6th. The These notes that Mr. Sabo has made do not jog my memory as to any conversation about these things.
Okay, so you don't recall any conversation where there was a discussion about the trade wind report and it being inaccurate or misleading?
No, I don't even know if that's what TW means, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And what about, there's a note that says concern with reducing speed, could have done that anytime, red flag. Do you recall any discussions about the reduction of the speed limit recommendation that Public Works was putting forward on February the 6th?
Not this point, no. My sense was that the speed reduction was all coming from council and Public Works is just hopping on board. Whereas from a traffic engineering safety review, it might even be counterproductive to reduce the speed at that point.
So your understanding was that the reduction of the speed limit was something that council wanted to do?
I recall references to that during the January 30th discussion.
Okay, that this is something council wanted to do, but Mr. Malone obviously did not recommend it.
Well, Public Works had jumped on board,
Okay.
and Malone was cautioning against it, that you can't change behavior when people have been driving this road for how many years would it have been by then? Almost, over 10, 12. And, you have a problem with potentially high discrepancies in speeds of vehicles, which is not safe.
Okay, and that's something that came up on the February 1st call.
It did.
Okay. And do you recall that there were some emails between you and Mr. Malone about removing the paragraphs from this about the speed limit from Mr. Malone's draft report?
I remember Ms. Audie asking me to ask Brian to do that. Yes,
Okay. And that didn't come from you. That was Ms. Audie's direction. Is that fair?
that's right.
Okay. So in terms of the February 6, 2019 GIC meeting, did you have any involvement in deciding what information, including which reports were going to council on that day?
No,
Did you know if your final opinion was being provided to council?
well, I know I spoke on my opinion at the council, but whether they actually had a copy or whether they were going to have it in camera, I wasn't aware.
Okay.
I to this sitting here today, I don't recall if they had my report or not in the in-camera session.
Registrar, if you could pull up overview document 10A, page 5 and 6. So you'll see at paragraph 10, there's an email from Ms. Audie to you on February the 6th, 2019, attaching some draft motions. And then at paragraph 11, there's an excerpt of the draft motions. And I'll just have you look at draft motion number 1, which is that the city solicitor be directed to engage an independent third-party engineering consultant.
Okay.
And then registrar, if you could go to page 7. Paragraphs 13 and 14, you'll see that there's an exchange where you say, I thought you had decided not to get an independent third-party engineering review for the time being.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, did you have discussions with Ms. Audie about whether or not the city should be getting an independent third-party engineering review?
Yes.
And what were those discussions? And when did they take place? Was it in January 2019?
It was late January or early February.
Okay. And I take it that the decision was made not to do that for the time being.
I don't recall sitting here today if this motion was presented to council or not. I didn't think it was a good idea. Firstly, by the time you could engage another engineer and have any kind of worthwhile investigation carried out, it would be May or June 2019, and the road would be all set to be resurfaced. So it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to me in the few months, before the resurfacing that this take place. Given how long it would take to get another engineer up to speed and do a proper investigation, and then implement any recommendations.
Okay, and so now just turning to the February 6th, 2019 GIC meeting. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes.
Were you there for both the public and the in-camera sessions?
I don't know if I got there at the very beginning. I think I was given a rough time frame of when the part I was interested in would start, but I believe that I did get there in time to see part of the public session.
And what was your role at the meeting? Tell me what you remember about what you said and did at the meeting.
I had speaking points, and I'm sorry that, I don't think that I was able to produce them to the commission. But I think Dan McKinnon provided more of the engineering background, the works background, and I provided a legal analysis of the implications of for the issue.
And do you recall telling council that you had? Did you recall talking to council about Mr. Malone's recommendations on interim safety measures?
Yes.
And do you recall telling council that you had previously provided Mr. Malone with the trade wind results even before the memo that Mr. Malone recently provided on February the 4th, 2019?
I had in fact done so. So probably, I don't have an independent recollection of that, but wouldn't sound surprising.
Okay. So Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64370? Mr. Bogosian, these are Mr. Sabo's notes of the February 6th meeting. They're quite long, so we're not going to go through all of them, but I just wanted to give you that context. Registrar, if you could turn to images 13 and 14. So near the bottom of image 13, you'll see where it says legal Nicole plus David. And then it says David, and then there's some notes.
Yeah.
So there's a note that says SEMA only recently saw a number, so hadn't been commented on before. Do you recall saying something like that to council? Or anybody saying that to council? No? Okay. And then over on page 14, which is the page on the right, you'll see near the middle of the page, it says hard to counter conclusion. This is a problem in wet. SEMA made recs, long list in November 2015, serious wet road. And then it says David maybe made sure to downplay TW or Q them. Do you recall stressing to council that this was a wet weather issue?
I think I was just stating the facts from SEMA's collision analysis. I don't think, I don't know, maybe Ron is speculating that because there was a lot of stuff about wet roads that maybe I was trying to downplay the trade wind report, but I don't believe that was the case. I was stating facts from a document I regarded as reliable.
Okay, I think you testified earlier that your view was that the trade wind report wasn't actually that important in the grand scheme of things. And so did you convey that view to council?
I don't know if I did. I think I mainly promoted the fact that Mr. Malone was, irrespective of not having the trade wind report, had already figured out through another approach that there was a coefficient of friction problem on this road predominantly related to wet road conditions, and he had recommended safety measures to address that.
And about 5 bullets down after page 7, it says David's recollection was no wreck of surface treatment. Do you recall saying anything to council about whether there were recommendations made with respect to the surface treatment?
I think that may have been a response to a question from one of the councillors or the mayor.
Right, and do you recall saying that your recollection was that there was no recommendations for surface treatment?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall telling council that Mr. Malone had ranked slipperiness of the road surface as the greatest contributing factor to wet road collisions?
I don't know. It was in my report. It would make sense that I did, but I can't remember the exact content of my presentation.
Okay. Registrar, if you could pull up overview document 10A, page 108. So paragraphs 266 and 267 refer to an email exchange about Mr. Soldo wanting to contact SEMA regarding new friction data from the MTO. I take it, so there's a response from you that says that Mr. Soldo should deal with SEMA directly about this new friction data. I take it that you didn't have any concerns with Mr. Soldo reaching out to SEMA directly because by this time there was no potential privilege issues that you wanted to preserve?
Exactly. I think the council had already made the decision to release the trade wind report, the SEMA memo, all of it.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement in the review that Mr. Soldo was talking about here about the new friction data?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bogosian, for your patience with me. Those are my questions. I understand that Council for Golder has some questions.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Roberts. How long do you anticipate you're going to be?
I think I can carve this down and be like 15 minutes.
Okay, that'd be fine.
And I recognize we don't have a lot of time, so I will try and I will try to keep this brief.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bogosian, hello, I'm Jennifer Roberts. I'm counsel for Golder, and I do have a number of questions. And as I said, I will try and be brief here. I would like, please, to go to your draft opinion, and that's HAM 62512, Registrar, if you could please pull that up. And you were taken to this. Sorry, there's an echo. No. Okay. You were taken to this by Commission Counsel. I would like, please, to look at image 2, summary of the Golder report. Thank you. And you summarize. In the second paragraph. That Golder notes that friction values should be at least 40 to be considered adequate. Do you see that? Perhaps, Registrar.
Yes, I see it. I do see it.
You could please call out the middle paragraph. Thank you. It's come up a number of times. And then you've got a parenthesis saying Golder does not indicate where this number comes from. And then you refer to the value of 48. I take it you don't contact Golder and ask on what basis Golder reached the finding that the friction should be at least 40 to be considered adequate.
No, I did not.
Okay. But if you'd wanted to know, you'll agree with me, you could have.
I chose to contact Brian Malone, who I had a personal relationship with and a professional pre-existing relationship with.
Registrar, you can take down that call up. Can you please keep up the draft opinion and also call up the Golder report, which is GOL 2981. Thank you. Could we please go to image 9? Next page of the Golder report. Thank you. Okay, so these are findings. There's a finding in subparagraph 5 about friction testing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Registrar, if you could please call out the paragraph below the chart. There we go. So this is the Golder's finding in relation to friction. Although the friction number values are higher than when measured in 2007, immediately after construction, they are considered to be relatively low. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and then the next sentence is the FN value should be at least equal to or higher than 40, which you do capture in your report. You do not record Golder's finding here, sir, that friction values are relatively low.
No, I did not.
And we've heard lots of discussions about your client suggesting to you or saying to you that the friction testing was inconclusive. But here, sir, you've got a pavement and materials consultant who has found friction to be relatively low, and you don't record that.
Well, the numbers speak for themselves. I don't know who wrote this report. I know it's in draft. It wasn't signed. The version I have, and I take it the only version that even ever existed, it's not sealed. I don't know who's done the first draft of this that's sent to the city and what kind of professional engineering review has been made. So I reported the numbers, which I assumed would reflect accurate testing, but the characterizations I had no confidence in, given it's a draft, unsigned, unsealed report.
Let's perhaps, Registrar, can you please go forward 2 pages to the signing lines? I suggest to you, sir, that in fact you do know who the authors are, although I agree with you that it's not signed. You've got 3 here, Dr. Henderson, Dr. Uzarowski, and Rabia Rizvi. Do you see
But
that?
it's not signed, Ms. Roberts. It's not signed or sealed.
No, it's not.
It's
That's right. But you do know
a
that.
professional opinion.
But your statement was you don't know who the opinion came from, and I'm suggesting to you that in fact you do, because the signing lines are there.
Oh, I don't have any confidence that this report was in fact drafted by any of these people,
Okay.
or who made that characterization. Anyway, relatively low is not hardly a scientific standard. It's not like they're quoting from some, industry Bible. Relatively low is a characterization. I reported the numbers and the threshold, and really it speaks for itself.
Well, it's a characterization, sir, by a pavement and materials technology engineer, as you can see from that signing line. But let me say, if you were of the view that there was some ambiguity here, you didn't go back to your client and ask for clarification, did you? Say, look, you've got 2 different. You've got people saying it's inconclusive, and you've got a finding that friction is relatively low from your pavement and materials engineer. Can we go back and ask for clarification? You didn't do that, sir, did you?
What I do know, Ms. Roberts, is that the coefficient of friction scale is not a bell curve. It's a linear relationship. In other words, the relationship between, say, the number 39 to 40 is, a 1/40th difference. The difference between 35 and 40 is a 1/8 difference.
So
In other words, it's linear. It's not like a bell curve where 40 is exponentially higher than 34. It's a linear scale.
So you considered that you could assess the numbers that you were reviewing and provide your opinion as to what that meant. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm saying, especially in the face of an unsigned, unsealed draft report. Who knows who authored it?
Okay. Can we please, if you could please, Registrar, keep your goal with 2981 and go back to HAM 62512 on the left side. Thank you. Let's go to the last paragraph in the Mr. Bogosian's opinion. Analysis and recommendations. Can you please call out that section? There we go. So you've got a number of extracts from the Golder report. Apparently you do consider this reliable, sir. That Golder notes that it was originally designed to accommodate 30,000 AADTs and grew to approximately 90,000 by year 50, and there was a dramatic increase. And you notice and you observe and record Golder's observations about 2 separate flooding events. And that's as far as you go, sir, in your summary of the analysis and recommendations. Can we please, Registrar, take down that call out and go to image 9 of the Golder report, which is 2981. Image 9.
Sorry, this is image 9. Do you mean page 9?
I'm sorry. Shouldn't be actually, but okay. It's page 7. There we go. Analysis and recommendations. Thank you. So you capture the findings in relation to the separate flooding events and the numbers of average annual daily traffic. That's in the first paragraph of the Golder report. Registrar, can you please go to the next page? And there are recommendations here in relation to the treatment of the remedial treatment of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Registrar, if you can please call out the paragraphs beginning in order to remedy the longitudinal top-down cracking. There we go. So Golder provides recommendations in relation to the remediation here, and they address the top-down cracking. Do you see that in the first sentences? Suggest recommending that the SMA be milled and paved in selected locations, and go on to providing route and seal. And then in the second paragraph here, Golder says, following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. By carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. And then it goes on. Do you see that?
I do.
That recommendation is not captured in your report, sir.
This recommendation is directed to longitudinal top-down cracking. And as I read this report, it says, oh, incidentally, as a added bonus, if you did this, it might help you with the friction issue. And keep in mind, I'm doing this at a point where we're looking at a resurfacing within 5 or 6 months when I first get the assignment. We're looking at interim safety measures, and this is hardly an interim safety measure. This is a major capital expenditure to apply this micro surfacing. We're talking tens of millions of dollars, if not more, in the face of a $200 million resurfacing that's just around the corner. So this wasn't really responsive to the interim safety measure issue, because it's not an interim safety measure, it's a final safety, ultimate safety measure.
My point, sir, is that it's a recommendation. It's included in the Golder report, and you make the decision not to include it in your summary of the Golder report. That's true, sir.
I think I gave it the importance that Golder, your client itself, gave it, which threw it in as an afterthought.
I put it to you, sir, that it's not an afterthought, that there are two things being achieved with microsurfacing: the mill and overlay for the surface condition and addressing the relatively low friction. That's what it says, sir.
What I articulated is how I read it at the time in this draft, unsigned, unsealed report.
And are you qualified to make a determination as to what microsurfacing actually does?
Well, I know in experience what it does, and I know the cost, so yes.
So you're making a decision not to include it in without talking to your client about it based on your understanding of microsurfacing. Is that what I am to understand here?
I think the totality of my answers express what I did and did not include from the Golder report.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take down this call out. Can you please go to image 9 of Hamilton 62512, and Registrar, I'm going to go back and forth between these two documents. You discuss microsurfacing at the top of page 9. Sorry, you discuss SMA at the top of page 9 and address first early age friction issues. And then you go on and describe SMA. And I think you say, because of the large aggregates, however, SMA holds much more water on the road that does not drain away than conventional asphalt because the water sits in pockets between the large aggregates, creating micro ponds. This theory was expressed to you by Mr. Malone.
I don't know about theory. He expressed that to me.
But you've already said that Mr. Malone qualified his advice by saying that he was not a pavement engineer. Did we ask the question, did you take any steps to verify that this in fact was a characteristic of stone mastic asphalt?
No, I relied on Mr. Malone to say this is outside my area of expertise, if in fact that was the case.
Well, he did acknowledge that, and my question to you is, once he'd acknowledged it was not his expertise, did you go further and try to verify this theory of micro ponding?
Okay. Ms. Roberts, it was irrelevant to this report. Keep in mind the road was to be resurfaced in 5 or 6 months. I'm just providing some background information that really isn't material to my assignment or the city's interests.
So the answer is no.
I guess the answer is no.
Right. Can we please go to image 10 of the Mr. Bogosian's opinion? Can you please go to the next page in Mr. Malone's opinion? You don't have the wrong reference. And you were taken to this. Registrar, can you call it page 11?
Sorry, the entire page?
No, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong reference. Forgive me for a second. Sorry, I do need Mr. Bogosian's opinion, page 10. Thank you. Can you just can we just see page 10 a minute? Take down Golder 2981. Just hard to see both of them. Thank you. You write, and you were taken to this, you write in the second paragraph after part B, and Registrar, perhaps you can pull that up, call it out, in our opinion. And you write, in our opinion, the friction testing of 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendations to the city about addressing the issue, and also because the 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario. And so we may have addressed this in part, but when you write that Golder made no recommendations about what it considered to be the relatively low friction numbers, that's not true. There is a recommendation.
I disagree with you. I've already given my evidence on that.
Okay, and okay. Registrar, you can take down that call out, please. Can we please look at page 11? The top of this page, you write, it's tempting in hindsight to suggest that the city ought to have at least resurfaced portions of the Red Hill identified by SEMA as being high-risk areas for wet road collisions to provide more slip resistance, and you identify particular locations. No consultant made any such recommendation. And I'm going to suggest to you that in fact, a consultant did expressly make that recommendation. Golder did in 2014.
I disagree with you for the reasons I've already given. and I have no further evidence to give on that.
You make a reference in here to, yes, you say no consultant made any such recommendation. In our view, it was reasonable to attempt less costly measures as recommended by SEMA before considering such a costly option. I take it the more costly option is the microsurfacing.
Yes, it would have been tens and tens of millions of dollars.
And in consideration of less costly measures, were you aware that there are methods to improve surface friction by using a shot blasting?
Yes,
Were you aware?
that wasn't recommended.
Not in this report. You're saying because it wasn't recommended in this report, you didn't know about it.
No, I knew about it. I'm talking about what consultants have recommended in the particular case of the Red Hill. That had not been recommended.
Okay, and when you say that it had not been recommended because you're relying on this on the Golder 2014 report, and it's not recommended expressly in that report. Do I have that
Wasn't
right?
recommended in anything that I had reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
You're saying I shouldn't be playing traffic engineering expert or, materials expert. I'm going by what I fairly believe the consultants are saying.
I'd like, please, Registrar, to go to the final version of Mr. Bogosian's opinion. That's Hamilton 64331. Image 12, please. Thank you. You identify here in D. Registrar, can you please call up the bottom half of that page? You identify here potential claims for contribution and indemnity by the city. And in the first paragraph, you suggest that the MSA, I take that means SMA, does it not?
Yeah.
So you suggest that may have, in hindsight, been inappropriate. I take it this finding as to whether it's appropriate or not is based on Mr. Malone's advice to you that the surface is prone to microponding, and I think he described it also as being experimental. That based on those on that on those statements from Mr. Malone.
My information is coming from Mr. Malone. Yes.
So I take it when you in Dr. Uzrowski's, he's the Golder Pavement and Materials Engineer who's authored the report that I'd taken you to, the 2014 Golder report. It's his testimony that it was his sense in dealing with the city in 2018 and early 2019 that the city was trying to figure out a way to blame Golder. And I take it when you wrote this opinion, you were considering as part of your liability strategy whether Hamilton would have a potential claim for contribution and indemnity against Golder?
I didn't even know that Golder recommended the SMA asphalt. This is the first I've actually ever heard of this.
Okay.
So I had no idea who I was pointing a finger at.
Okay.
If I had known it was Golder, I would have put, if there were any consultants, I would have put, someone should look into Golder.
You would have been more specific is what you're saying.
So I didn't know at the time, and this is the first time hearing about it, that it's
Okay.
Golder. And I never heard anyone at the city point any finger at Golder.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding that the MTO has no questions. Is that correct, Ms. McIver?
That is correct, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, so that leaves Ms. Contractor for the city.
Just have a handful of questions for you. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 62512 to image 9? Mr. Bogosian, while discussing your draft opinion, specifically page 9, Commission Counsel asked you to confirm whether your review of the 2015 SEMA report indicated that SEMA appeared to primarily attribute the wet weather collisions to excessive speed in that report. And then on the December 11th call, Mr. Malone said the contributing factor was the road surface, and you confirmed that. Just want to take you to the page of your draft in which you actually summarize the 2015 SEMA report. Could we pull out page 4, please? And the first 3 paragraphs, including the bullets. This is the summary of the 2015 SEMA report that you provide in your draft opinion, Mr. Bogosian, and you'll see that the second paragraph, starting with the authors, you say the authors conclude that a combination of high speed and wet surface are the primary contributing factors to the excessive numbers of collision on the Red Hill, especially in the areas of the interchanges where small radius horizontal curves are present. And now that you've been taken to this summary, does that change your answer to the question as to whether your review of the 2015 SEMA report indicated that SEMA appeared to primarily attribute the wet weather collisions, and that it wasn't until the December 11th call during which they raised the the road surface as a contributor?
No, SEMA is obviously identifying the coefficient of friction of the road as being one of 3 very significant factors.
So I'm looking at the second paragraph where it says the authors conclude the combination of high speed and wet surface are the primary contributing factors. Was that your understanding of what the 2015 SEMA report concluded as to the primary contributors of collisions on the Red Hill?
Yes.
Could we please go to back to image 9, Mr. Registrar? So, Mr. Bogosian, this section here under issues is where three issues are listed, and prior to this section, there's the background facts section where you summarize each of the reports that you've been taken to. I'm not going to take you through that. You'll see under the issues heading, it states, you have asked us to comment on the following issues, and then you list those 3 points. Who does the you refer to here?
Ms. Audi.
Okay. So here you're listing the 3 issues Ms. Audi has asked you to comment on.
Yes.
And you go on in your opinion to provide your opinion on those issues in the remaining sections, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, I'm just going to need a moment to check my notes, please.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Bogosian. Those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Lee, do you have any follow-up?
We do not have any follow-up
I'm
questions.
sorry? I think you're...
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Mr. Bogosian, thank you very much. It's been a long day.
Thank
for
you.
all of us. Thank you for attending, and you're excused. You can sign off now.
Thank you very much.
Okay, have a good evening. Now, I understand there may be 1 or 2 procedural matters we have to address before we adjourn. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Lawrence now to deal with those.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Lawrence, please proceed.
Thank you. I do have two housekeeping matters. The first is that I'd like to introduce a document as an exhibit. It is an affidavit of Chris McCafferty, which was affirmed on November 2nd, 2022. Mr. McCafferty is a senior project manager in the design section of engineering services. And he held that position from 2007 to 2016. His affidavit details that he became aware of the Tradewind report. Pardon me, I misspoke. When he became aware of the Tradewind report and whether he ever received requests from other city staff for friction tests or reports on the Red Hill prior to 2019. Commission Council has previously provided copies of Mr. McCafferty's affidavit to council for the participants, and council for the participants have advised that they will not be cross-examining on the affidavit. And as such, I'd like to mark this affidavit. The document is RVH 1035. And I'd like to mark it as Exhibit 218, please.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. The second housekeeping matter is the close of phase one of the public hearings. Today is our last scheduled day of public hearings in this phase of the inquiry. It is possible that we may have to schedule one or more additional hearing days in this phase during the remainder of this month as the investigation wraps up. Any additional dates or witnesses will be announced on the inquiry's website. Subject to those possible additional dates, the inquiry will be moving to phase two of the public hearings, which will focus on evidence from experts to assist you in making findings and recommendations in your final report. We anticipate that phase two will be relatively brief compared to phase one and may run from 1 to 3 weeks. It will be live streamed in the same manner as phase one. Thereafter, participants will have an opportunity to make written and oral closing submissions to you, which will be posted and live streamed. There will be a pause before starting phase two. A pause between the fact phase and the expert and recommendation phase is common in public inquiries, as it allows Commission Council and the participants to review and exchange expert information based on the evidence heard in phase one. Commission Council expects an information about next steps, including timing of phase two and the timing of the closing submissions will be posted to the inquiry website in the coming weeks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If there's nothing further from any of the participants, Council, we will conclude with that. Accordingly, the public hearings are now adjourned until the next scheduled hearing dates, which will be scheduled by the participants. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.